Attend, O reader, our tale of wonder. Welcome back to Paper Cuts, everybody. Last week we did a bunch of assorted short stories that had kind of a spooky vibe. I believe we did Cask of Amontillado and Sleepy Hollow and Ring Once for Death. Ring Once for Death being the standout there that not as many people know. And I'm gonna keep leaning in on that theme. I think it's a really fun way to kind of introduce rapid fire a bunch of stuff for people to listen to. And we're gonna dive into a few more short. Oh, there goes Magnus. Bye, buddy. You better not be going up there to pick at your back. Yeah. I want to be in the cabinets, Dad. Yeah, you can't be in the cabinets. You especially can't be in the cabinets right now. Yeah, we're gonna keep reading. For context, Magnus, if you see him in and out of the screen, he plucked a little quarter-sized patch on his back, raw, and so he has a little harness on to cover that up so he doesn't continue to pluck himself. So if you see a little green thing on Magnus's back, that's what it is. Don't panic. Let's get started. The Fall of the House of Usher. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone, on horseback, through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of Usher. I knew not how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half-pleasurable, because poetic sentiment, with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house and the simple landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant, eye-like windows, upon a few rank sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveller upon opium. The bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping off of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. What was it, I paused to think, what was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the house of Usher? It was a mystery all insoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that, while beyond doubt there are combinations of very simple natural objects which have the power of affecting us, still the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. Here, let me move the screen so it's a little easier for Kitty Cat. Okay, so you're not so tempted to try and jump up into the cabinets. There we go. I'm going to be in and out a good deal tonight managing Magnus, so do prepare yourself for that. My apologies, but I'm stressed. There's a mystery all in time. I don't recall. It was a mystery all insoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that, while beyond doubt there are combinations. Nope, we already did that. It was possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, or the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify or perhaps to annihilate its capacity for sorrowful impression. And, acting upon this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous brink of a black and lurid tarn that lay in unruffled lustre by the dwelling, and gazed down, but with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodelled and inverted images of the grey sedge, and the ghastly tree stems, and the vacant and eye-like windows. Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom I now proposed to myself a sojourn of some weeks. Its proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood, but many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country, a letter from him which, in its wildly importunate nature, had admitted of no other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The manuscript, I assume, is what MS stands for there. Uh, the writer spoke of an acute bodily illness, of a mental disorder which oppressed him, and of an earnest desire to see me as his best and indeed his only personal friend, with a view of attempting, by the cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all this and much more was said. It was the apparent heart that went with his request, which allowed me no room for hesitation, and I accordingly obeyed forthwith what I still considered a very singular summons. Although as boys we had been even intimate associates, I really knew little of my friend. His reserve had always been excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that this very ancient family I was aware, however, that his very ancient family had been noted, time out of mind, for having a peculiar sensibility of temperament, uh, displaying itself through long ages in many works of exalted art, and manifested as of late in repeated deeds of munificence yet unobtrusive clarity, as well as in a passionate devotion to intricacies, perhaps even more than the orthodox and easily recognizable beauties of musical science. I had learned too the very remarkable excuse me. I had learned too the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time honored as it was, had put forth at no period any enduring branch. In other words, that the entire family lay in the direct line of descent, and had always, with very trifling and very temporary variations, so lain. It was this deficiency, I considered, while running over in thought the perfect keeping of the character of the premises with the accredited character of the people, and speculating upon the possible influence which the one, in the long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps of collateral issue and the consequent undeviating transmission from sire to son of the patrimony with which the name that had at length so identified the two, to merge the original title of the estate in the quaint and equivocal appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include, in the minds of the peasantry who used it, both the family and their family mansion. I have said that the sole effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There can be no doubt that the consciousness of my rapid increase of superstition, or why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Increase itself. Such I have long known is the paradoxical law of all sentiments having terror as a basis. And it might have been for this reason only that when I again uplifted my eyes to the house itself from its image in the pool, there grew in my mind a strange fancy, a fancy so ridiculous indeed that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had so worked upon my imagination as to really believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity, an atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, but which had reeked up from the decayed trees and the grey wall and the silent tarn, a pestilent and mystic vapour, dull, sluggish, fairly discernible, and leaden-hued. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly for the real. Oh, try that again. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, uh, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal feature seemed to be that of a great antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a fine, tangled webwork from the eaves. Yet all this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. No portion of the masonry had fallen, and there appeared to be a wild inconsistency between its still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In this there was much that reminded me of the specious totality of old woodwork which has rotted for long years in some neglected vault with no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Beyond this indication of extensive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinizing observer might have discovered a barely perceptible fissure which, extending from the roof of the building in front, made its way down the wall in a zigzag direction before it became lost in the sullen waters of the tarn. But noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse, and I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. A valet of stealthy step thence conducted me, in silence, through many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I encountered on the way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I have already spoken, while the objects around me, the carvings of the ceilings, the somber tapestries of the walls, the ebon blackness of the floors, and the phantasmagoric armorial trophies rattled as I strode, were but matters to which, or to as such, as which I had been accustomed from my infancy. While I hesitated not to acknowledge how all familiar this was, I still wondered to find how unfamiliar the fancies which ordinary images were stirring up. On one of the staircases I met the physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. The valet now threw open a door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long, narrow, and pointed, and at so vast a distance from the black oaken floor as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the through the trellised panes, rather, and served to render sufficiently distinct the more prominent objects around. The eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the chamber, or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted ceiling. Dark draperies hung upon the walls. The general furniture was profuse, comfortless, antique, and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt that I breathed an atmosphere of sorrow. An air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all of it. Upon my entrance, the usher arose from a sofa on which he had been lying at full length, and greeted me with a vivacious warmth which had much in it, I at first thought, of an overdone cordiality, of the constrained effort of the ennuyé man at the world. A glance, however, at his countenance convinced me of his perfect sincerity. We sat down, and for some moments, while he spoke not, I gazed upon him with a feeling half full of pity and half of awe. Surely man had never before so terribly altered in so brief a period as had Roderick Usher himself. It was with difficulty that I could bring myself to admit the identity of the wan being before me with a companion of my early boyhood. Yet the character of his face had been at all times remarkable. A cadaverousness of complexion, an eye large, limpid, and luminous beyond comparison, lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surpassingly beautiful curve, a nose of a delicate Hebrew model, but with a breadth of nostril unusual in similar formations, a finely molded chin, speaking, in its want of prominence, in a want of moral energy, hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity. These features, with an inordinate expansion above the regions of the temple, made up altogether a countenance not easily to be forgotten. And now, in the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features, and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of change that I doubted to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin, and the miraculous luster of the eye, above all things, startled and even awed me. The silken hair, too, had been suffered to grow all unheeded, and, as in its wild gossamer texture, it floated rather than fell about the face. I could not, even with effort, connect its arabesque expression with any idea of simple humanity. In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with an incoherence and inconsistency, and I soon found this to arise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome a habitual trepidancy, an excessive nervous agitation. For something of this nature I had indeed been prepared, and no less by his letter than by reminiscences of certain boyhood traits, and by conclusions deduced from his peculiar physical conformation and temperament. His action was alternately vivacious and sullen. Oh, I was trying to hold that yawn back, I'm sorry. His voice varied rapidly from a tremulous indecision, when the animal's spirits seemed utterly in abeyance, to that species of energetic concision, that that abrupt, weighty, unhurried, and hollow-sounding enunciation, that leaden, self-balanced, and perfectly modulated guttural utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard or the irreclaimable eater of opium during the periods of his most intense excitement. It was thus that he spoke of the object of my visit, of his earnest desire to see me, and of the solace he expected me to offer him. He entered at some length into what he conceived to be the nature of his malady. It was, he said, a constitutional and family evil, and one for which he despaired to find a remedy. A more nervous affection, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly pass off. It displayed itself in a host of unnatural sensations. Oh. Uh, some of these, as he detailed them, interested and bewildered me, although perhaps the terms and the general manner of the narration had their weight. He suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the senses. The most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of a certain texture. The odors of all flowers were oppressive. His eyes were tortured by even a faint light, and there were but peculiar sounds, these from stringed instruments, which did not inspire him with great horror. To an anomalous species of terror I found him a bounden slave. I shall perish. I shall perish in this deplorable folly. Thus, and not otherwise, shall I be lost. I dread the events of the future, not in themselves, but in their results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial incident, which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of soul. I have indeed no abhorrence of danger, except in its absolute effect, in terror. In this pitiable condition, I feel the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon life and reason altogether in some struggle with a grim phantasm of fear. Are we being careful while we clean Magnus? Yes, yes. I learned, moreover, at intervals, and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchained by certain superstitions, impressions in regard to the dwelling which he tenanted, and whence for many years he never ventured forth, in regard to an influence whose supposititious force was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated. An influence which some peculiarities in the mere form and substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long sufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit, an effect which the physique of the grey walls and turrets, and of the dim tarn into which they all looked down, had at length brought about the more brought upon had at length brought about upon the morale of his existence. He admitted, however, although with hesitation, that much of the peculiar gloom which thus afflicted him could be traced to a more natural and far more palpable origin, to the severe and long-continued illness, indeed to the evidently approaching dissolution of a tenderly beloved sister, his sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on earth. Her decease, he said, with a bitterness which I can never forget, would leave him the hopeless and the frail, the last of the ancient race of the ushers. While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, or for that was so she called, passed slowly through a remote portion of the apartment, and without having noticed my presence, disappeared. I regarded her with an utter astonishment not unmingled with dread, and yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me as my eyes followed her retreating steps. When a door at length closed upon her, my gaze sought instinctively and eagerly the countenance of the brother, but he buried his face in his hands, so I could only perceive that a far more than ordinary wanness had overspread the enunciated fingers through which trickled many passionate tears. The disease of the Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of the physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent though transient affectations of a partially cataleptical character were the unusual diagnosis. Hitherto she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady, and had not betaken herself finally to bed. But on the closing of the evening of my arrival at the house, she had succumbed, as her brother told me at night with some inexpressible agitation, to the prostrating power of the destroyer, and I learned that the glimpse I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should obtain. That the lady, at least while living, would be seen by me no more. For several days ensuing her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself, and during this period I was busied in earnest endeavors to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened, as if in a dream, to the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar. And thus, as a closer and still closer intimacy admitted me more unreservedly into the recesses of his spirit, the more bitterly did I perceive the futility of all attempt at cheering a mind from which darkness, as if an inherent positive quality, poured forth upon all the objects of the moral and physical universe in one unceasing radiation of gloom. Radiation of Gloom, another song title on that album from a few books back. I shall ever bear about me a memory of the many solemn hours I thus spent alone with the master of the house of Usher. Yet I should fail in any attempt to convey an idea of the exact character of the studies or of the occupations in which he evolved me or led me the way. An excited and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphurous luster over it all. His long improvised dirges will ring forever in my ears. Among other things, I hold painfully in mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the last waltz of Von Weber. From the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which grew, touch by touch, into little vaguenesses at which I shuddered the more thrillingly, because I shuddered knowing not why. From these paintings, vivid as their images are now before me, I would in vain endeavor to induce more than a small portion, which should lie within the compass of merely written words. By the utter simplicity, the nakedness of his designs, he arrested and overawed attention. If ever mortal painted an idea, that mortal was Roderick Usher. For me, at least, in the circumstances then surrounding me, there arose out of the pure abstractions which the hypochondriac contrived to throw over his canvas an intensity of intolerable awe, no shadow of which I had ever felt in the contemplation of the certainly glowing yet too concrete reveries of Fuseli. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit of abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly, in words. A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel, with low walls, smooth, white, and without interruption in device. Certain accessory points of this design served well to convey the idea that the excavation lay at an exceeding depth below the surface of the earth. No outlet was observed at any portion of its vast extent, and no torch or artificial source of light was discernible, yet a flood of intense rays rolled throughout, and bathed the whole in a ghastly and inappropriate splendor. I've just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer, with the exception of certain effects of stringed instruments. It was perhaps the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar which gave birth in great measure It was perhaps the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar which gave birth, in great measure, to the fantastic character of his performances. But the fervid facility of his impromptus could not be so accounted for. They must have been, and were, in the notes, as well in the words of his wild fantasias, for he not infrequently accompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations, the result of that intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded, is observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of those rhapsodies I've easily remembered. It was, perhaps, the more forcibly impressed with it as he gave it, because, in the under or mystic current of its meaning, I fancied that I perceived, for the first time, a full consciousness on the part of Usher of the tottering of his lofty reason upon her throne. The verses, which were entitled The Haunted Palace, ran very nearly, if not accurately, as thus: In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion, it stood there. Never seraph spread a pinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious, golden, on its roof did float and flow. All this was in the olden time, quite long ago. And every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day, along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley, through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about a throne were sitting, Porphyrogeny, in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things in robes of sorrow assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his home the glory that blushed and blossomed is but a dim remembered story of old time entombed. I am not slanting some of these rhymes correctly. Yeah. Anyway. And travelers now within that valley, through the red-litten windows, see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while like a rapid ghastly river through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever and laugh but smile no more. I remember that suggestions arising from this ballad led us into a train of thought wherein there became manifest an opinion of Usher's which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, for other men have thought this, as on account of the pertinacity with which he maintained it. This opinion, in its general form, was of the sentience of all vegetable things. But in his disordered fantasy, the idea had assumed a more daring character, and trespassed, under certain conditions, upon the kingdom of inorganization. I lack words to express the full extent, or the earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I've previously hinted, with the grey stones, the home of his forefathers. The conditions of the sentience had been there, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of the collocation of those stones, in the order of their arrangement, as well as in that of the many fungi which overspread them, and of the decayed trees which stood around. Above all, in the long undisturbed endurance of this arrangement, and in its reduplication in the still waters of the torrent. Its evidence, the evidence of sentience, was yet to be seen, he said. Here I started as he spoke. It was to be seen in the gradual, yet certain condensation of an atmosphere of their own about the waters and the walls. The result was discoverable, he added, in that silent, yet importunate and terrible influence which for centuries had molded the destinies of his family, and which made him what I now saw him, what he was. Such opinions need no comment, and I will make none. Other men with this particular opinion on vegetable intelligence are Watson, Dr. Percival, Spallanzani, and especially the Bishop of Landau. See Chemical Essays, Volume 5. That was supposed to be a footnote. Our books, the books which for years had formed no small portion of the mental existence of the invalid, were, as might be supposed, in strict keeping with his character of phantasm. We pored together over such great works as the Vivert et Chartreuse of Grosset, the Belphegor of Machiavelli, the Heaven and Hell of Swedenborg, the Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klim by Holberg, the Chiromancy of Robert Flood, of Jean Dignan, and of Delechambre, the Journey into the Blue Distance of Tieck, and the City of the Sun by Campanella. One favorite volume was a small octavo edition of the Directorium Inquisitorium by the Dominican Emmerich Degrayon, and there were passages in Pomponius Mela about the old African satyrs and Egyptians, over which Usher would sit dreaming for hours. It's O-E, so I'm assuming it's supposed to be the digraph Egyptians? Maybe? I'm probably not saying it right. Anyway, he would sit dreaming over those for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the perusal of an exceedingly rare and curious book in quarto Gothic, the Manual of a Forgotten Church, the Vigiale Mortuorum Secundum Coram Ecclesiaste Maguntiae. Maguntiniae, rather. Oh, I really need to brush up on my Latin. Anyway, let me try and read that in one go. Let's see here. The Vigiliae Mortuorum Secundum Coram Ecclesiae Maguntiae. Tiniae, rather. Dang it, I almost had it. You can assemble a full take from that if you really want. Roughly translated, my guess would be the mortuary vigils of the second chorus ecclesiastical from Maguntiniae, unless Maguntiniae means something. That's a guess. I don't know Latin. That's my guess. I could not help thinking of the wild ritual of this work, and of its probable influence upon the hypochondriac, when, one evening, having informed me abruptly that Lady Madeline was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight previously to its final. Again. He stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight previously to its final interment in one of the numerous vaults within the main halls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for the singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolution, so he told me, by consideration of the unusual character of the malady of the deceased, of certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of her medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I will not deny that when I called to mind the sinister countenance of the person whom I had met upon the staircase on the day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to oppose what I regarded at best but a harmless and by no means unnatural precaution. At the request of Usher, I personally aided him in the arrangements for the temporary entombment. The body having been encoffined, we two alone bore it to its rest. The vault in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened that our torches, half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, gave us little opportunity for investigation, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for light, lying at great depth immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment. It had been used, apparently, in remote feudal times for the worst purposes of a dungeon keep, and in later days as a place of deposit for powder or some other highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor and the whole interior of a long archway through which we reached it were carefully sheathed with copper. The door of massive iron had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp grating sound as it moved along its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside the yet unscrewed lid of the coffin and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between the brother and sister now first arrested my attention, and Usher, divining perhaps my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, that the sympathies of a scarcely intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not long upon the dead, for we could not regard her unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady in the maturity of youth had left, as usual in all maladies of a strictly cataleptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom and on the face, and that suspiciously lingering smile upon the lip which is so terrible in death. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and having secured the door of iron, made our way, with toil, into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observable change came over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectless step. The pallor of his countenance had assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue, but the luminousness of his eye had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous quaver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterance. There were times, indeed, when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was laboring with some oppressive secret, to divulge which he struggled for the necessary courage. At times, again, I was obliged to resolve all into the mere inexplicable vagaries of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacancy for long hours, in an attitude of profoundest attention, as if listening to some imaginary sound. It was no wonder that his condition terrified, that it infected me. I felt creeping upon me by the slow yet certain degrees the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. It was especially upon retiring to bed late in the night of the 7th or 8th day after the placing of the Lady Madeline within the dungeon that I had experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch. While the hours waned and waned away, I struggled to reason off the nervousness which had dominion over me. I endeavored to believe that much, if not all of what I felt, was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture of the room, of the dark and tattered draperies which, tortured into motion by the breath of a rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls, and rustled uneasily about the decorations of the bed. But my efforts were fruitless. An irrepressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and at length there sat upon my very heart an incubus of utterly causeless alarm. Shaking this off with a gasp and a struggle, I uplifted myself upon the pillows, and, peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened. I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me to certain low and indefinite sounds which came, through the pauses of the storm, at long intervals, I knew not where, or I knew not whence, rather. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable yet unendurable, I threw on my clothes with haste, for I felt that I should sleep no more during the night, and endeavored to arouse myself from the pitiable condition into which I had fallen, by pacing rapidly to and fro throughout the apartment. I had taken but a few turns in this manner, when a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognized it as that of Usher. In an instant afterward he rapped with a gentle touch at my door, and entered bearing a lamp. His countenance was, as usual, cadaverously wan, but moreover there was a species of mad hilarity in his eyes. and evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanor. His air appalled me, but anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured. I even welcomed his presence as a relief. "And have you not seen it?" he said abruptly, after having stared at him for some moments in silence. "You've not seen it, but stay, you shall." Thus speaking, and carefully having shaded his lamp, he hurried to one of the case. He hurried to one of the easements, rather, and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the entering gust nearly lifted us from our feet. It was indeed a tempestuous yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew careening from all points against each other, without passing away into the distance. I will say that even their exceeding density did not prevent our perceiving this. Yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor was there any flashing forth of the lightning, but the undersurfaces of huge masses of agitated vapor, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in the unnatural light of a faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation which hung about and enshrouded the mansion. You must not, you shall not behold this," said I, shudderingly to Usher, as I led him with a gentle violence from the window to the seat. "These appearances, they bewilder you. They're merely electrical phenomena, not uncommon. It may be they have their ghastly origin in the rank miasma of the tarn. Let us close the casement. The air is chilling. It's dangerous to your frame. Here's one of your favorite romances. I will read, and you shall listen, so we shall pass away this terrible night together." The antique volume which I had taken up was the Mad Triste, Mad Triste of Sir Launcelot Canning, but I had called it a favourite of Usher's more in sad jest than in earnest, for in truth there is little in its uncouth and unimaginative prolixity which could have had interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief for the history of mental disorders full of similar anomalies, even in the extremeness of the folly which I should read. Could I have judged, indeed, by the wild, overstrained air of vivacity which he hearkened, or apparently hearkened, to the words of the tale, I might well have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had arrived at that well-known portion of the story where Ethelred, the hero of Trist, before being sought in vain for the peaceable admission into the dwelling of the hermit, proceeds to make good an entrance by force. Here, we remembered, the words of the narrative run thus: "And Ethelred, who was by nature of a doughty heart, and who was now mighty withal, on account of the powerfulness which the wine that he had drunken, waited no longer to hold parley with the hermit, who, to sooth, was of an obstinate and maliceful turn, but, feeling the rain upon his shoulders, and fearing the rising of the tempest, uplifted his mace outright, and with blows made quickly room in the planklings of the door for his gauntleted hand, and now ripping therewith sturdily, he so cracked and ripped and tore all asunder, that the noise of all the dry and hollow sounding wood alarmed and reverberated throughout the forest." At the termination of this sentence I started, and for a moment paused, for it seemed to me, although I at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared in me that from some very remote portion of the mansion there came indistinctly to my ears what might have been its exact similarity of character, the echo, also a stifled and dull one, certainly, of the very crackling and ripping sound which Sir Launcelot had so particularly described. It was, beyond doubt, the coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for amid the rattling of the sashes of the easements and ordinary commingled noises of the still increasing storm, the sound in itself had nothing, surely, which should have interested or disturbed me. But I continued the story. The good champion Ethelred, now entering within the door, was sore enraged, and amazed to perceive no signal of the maliceful hermit, but in the stead thereof a dragon of a scaly and prodigious demeanour, and of fiery tongue, which sate in guard before a palace of gold, with a floor of silver, and upon the wall hung there a shield of shining brass, with this legend enwritten: Who entereth herein a conqueror hath been, who slayeth the dragon, the shield he shall win. And Ethelred uplifted his mace, and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him, and gave up his pesty breath with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Ethelred had to fain close his ears with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, the likes whereof were never before heard. Make sure nothing's on fire while I'm taking a water break. Here again I paused abruptly, and now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatsoever that in this instance I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I found it impossible to say, a low and apparently distant, but harsh, protracted, and most unusual screaming or grating sound, the exact counterpart of what my fantasy had already conjured up for the dragon's unnatural shriek, as prescribed by the romancer. Oppressed as I certainly was upon the occurrence of this second and most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations, in which wonder and extreme terror were predominant, I still retained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting, by any observation, the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sounds in question, although assuredly a strange alteration had, during the last few minutes, taken place in his demeanour. From a position fronting my own, he had gradually brought round his chair so as to sit with his face to the door of the chamber, and thus I could but partially perceive his features, although I saw his lips trembled as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his chest, yet I knew he was not asleep from the wide and rigid opening of the eye, as I caught a glance of it in profile. The motion of his body, too, was at variance with this idea, for he rocked from side to side with a gentle, yet consistent and uniform sway. Having rapidly taken notice of all this, I resumed the narrative of Sir Launcelot, which thus proceeded. And now the champion, having escaped from the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield and of the breaking up of the enchantment which was upon it, removed the carcass from out the way before him, and approached valorously over the silver pavement of the castle to where the shield was upon the wall, which in sooth tarried not for his full coming, but field down at his feet upon the silver floor, with a mighty great and terrible ringing sound. No sooner had these syllables passed my lips, than, as if a shield of brass had indeed at that very moment fallen heavily on upon a floor of then, no sooner had these syllables passed my lips than, as if a shield of brass had indeed at the moment fallen heavily upon a floor of silver, I became aware of a distinct, hollow, metallic, and clangorous, yet apparently muffled, reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leapt to my feet, but the measured rocking movement of Usher was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair in which he sat. His eyes were bent fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. But as I placed my hand upon his shoulder, there came a strong shudder over his whole person. A sickly smile quivered about his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried, and gibbering murmur, as if unconscious of my presence. Bending closely over him, I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. Hear it? Yes, I hear it, and I have heard it long, long, long. Many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it, yet I dared not. Pity me, oh miserable wretch that I am. I dared not speak. We have put her living in the tomb. Said I not that my senses were acute? I now tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them many, many days ago, yet I dared not speak. And now tonight, the breaking of the hermit's door, and the death cry of the dragon, the clangor of the shield, say rather the rending of her coffin, the grating of the iron hinges of her prison, and the struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Whither shall I fly? Will she not be here anon? Was she not hurrying to upbraid me for my haste? Though I have not heard her footstep on the stair, do I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beating of her heart? Madman! And here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out his syllables, as if for the effort he was giving up his soul. Madman! Tell you, she now stands without the door. As if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the new potency of a spell, the huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed threw slowly back upon the instant their ponderous and ebony jaws. It was the work of the rushing gust, but then without those doors did stand the lofty and shrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, and the evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, then with a low groaning cry fell heavily inward toward the person of her brother, and in her violent and now final death agonies bore him to the floor a corpse and a victim to the terrors that he had anticipated. From that chamber and from that mansion I fled, aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath as I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly there shot along the path a wild light, and I turned to see where a gleam so unusual could have issued, for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full setting and blood-red moon, which now shone vividly through that once barely discernible fissure of which I have before spoken as extending from the roof of the building in a zigzag direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tumultuous shouting sound like the voice of 1,000 waters, and the deep and dank tarn at my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragments of the house of Usher. All right, then. I forgot where that went. Honestly, I couldn't remember if this was the one with the cannibals or the royal type family or the dissolving house or many other Poean tropes, that we've become familiar with. And so, this being the one with the house that's on a swamp and splits in half and sinks into the swamp, uh, very much a good one. I haven't read The Fall of the House of Usher in a good long while, probably as evidenced by my mangling of the meter of those improvisations. Give me just a moment to adjust some things, and then we'll move on to the next story. Oh. 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 Uh. I believe my back is in need of a bit of adjustment of some kind. I've got awful knots in my, depending on the day at this point, in both my low and upper back. If someone could remind my physique I'm only 25, that'd be lovely. To put it simply. I was so wrapped up in making sure Magnus was fine that we forgot our very vital co-host here, Bean Pal. Oh. Right then. Not quite. Let me grab the other water, because I had two smallish waters tonight instead of filling my water bottle for some reason. Let us continue what we have planned, huh? And then we'll take intermission. All right, let's move on to the Lost Kazoofalum, my personal choice for the night. This is the one that is not quite so well known to the average reader, but I've seen it about, and I read it myself a good long while ago. Found it quite interesting. Oh, excuse me. Reproduced from an old issue of Analog from the 60s. Obviously, it's out of copyright now. It's formatted a little strangely, but we'll allow it. The Lost Kazoofalum by Pauline Ashwell. One of the beautiful things about a delusion is that no matter how mad someone gets at it, he can't do it any harm. Therefore, a delusion can be a fine thing for prodding angry belligerents. I remember some bad times, most of them back home on Exodus 23. The worst was when Dad fell under the reaping machine, but there was also the one when I'd got lost 20 miles from home with a dud radio at the age of 12, and the one when Uncle Charlie caught me practicing emergency turns in a helicar around the main weather marker, and the one on Figuera being chased by a cyber crane, and at the time when Dad decided to send me to Earth to do my education. This time's bad in a different way, mind. No sharp edges, but a kind of desolation instead. Most people I know are feeling bad just now because at Russet College we finished our final examination 5 days ago, and results aren't due for 2 weeks. My friend B. Layden says this is yet another test, anyone still sane at the end being proved tough enough to break a molar on. She says also the worst part is in bed remembering all the things she could have written and did not. Now, the second worst is also in bed, picturing how to explain to her parents when they get back to Earth that someone has to come bottom, and in a group as brilliant as a Russet College cultural engineering class, that this really is no disgrace. I'm not worried that way so much. I cannot remember what I wrote anyhow, and I think one or two people I'm pretty sure will come bottomer than me, or B either. I'd prefer to think it's just finals. Or I would prefer to think it's just finals that cause me to feel miserable, but it's not. In psychology, they taught us the mind has the faculty of concealing any motive it is ashamed of, especially from itself. This seems, unfortunately, that mine does not have this gadget supplied. I never wanted to come to Earth. I was sent to Russet against my will, and counting the days till I could get back to home. Father and Exensus 23, but The sad truth is that now the longed-for moment is nearly on top of me. Well, I don't want to go. Dad's farm was a fine place to grow up, but now I've had 4 years on Earth, and the thought of going back there makes me feel like a 3-week chicken ought to get back in its shell. Bea and I are on an island in the Pacific. Her parents are on Caractacus, rather. Her parents are on Caractacus, researching on local art forms, so she and I came here to be miserable in company and away from the rest. It took me years on Earth to get used to all the water around. It seemed unnatural and dangerous to having it all lying loose that way, but now I shall miss even the sea. The reason we have this long suspense over finals is they will not use reading machines to mark the paper for fear of cutting down critical judgment. So each paper has to be read word by word by 3 examiners, and there are 43 of us, and we wrote 6 papers each. So, essentially, what I think is I'm sorry for the examiners, but B says they were the ones who set the papers. Serves them perfectly right. Oh, are we losing frames? Why are we losing frames? Certainly disallowed. Excuse you. I would like you to stop. Oh, we've completely disconnected. Ah, I'm getting dunked on by my ISP. Love it for me. Love it. Great. Love that. Mmm. Are we done throwing a fit? The answer is no, obviously. But I'm going to read on. Oh, it might actually be done throwing a fit. Eh, it's wobbling around. It'll be good enough. Where was I? I expressed surprise because Dr. J. McClare, our professor, is one of them. But B says he's one of the greatest men in the galaxy, of course. But she gave up thinking him perfect years ago. One of the main attractions on this island is swimming underwater, especially by moonlight. Dad sent me a fish boat as a present 2 years back, but I never used it yet on account of my above-mentioned attitude to water. Now I've got this feeling of carpe diem, make the most of Earth while I'm on it, because probably I shall not pass this way again. Okay, my internet's pitching big fits. I'm gonna turn on my car and see if that fixes things. Really, it's just unprofessional of my SP to throttle me. We get barely into one book. The internet company throws a fit. Just so rude of them. How? Stub my toe. I don't know, to fix things. Nice and cheery warm in here compared to the outside. Love when it does this to me. Come on. Are you quite finished? Come on now. I know you have internet. You don't need to behave this way. Come on. There we go. Am I back? Someone say something in chat if I'm back. Oh. Very frustrating, this. I mean, I can see my messages in chat. So, reasonably, I'd say I'm back. Twitch is going to count this as a separate stream. So that doesn't do me any favors anyway. Now that we've clawed ourselves out of the pit of difficulties. Oh, my back. Where were we? Carpe Diem, that's where we were. The fourth day on the island, it's full moon at 10 o'clock, so I pluck up courage to wriggle into the boat and go out under the sea. B says fish parading in and out of reefs, just a reminder of cultural engineering, crowd behavior, so she prefers to tune in early and find out what nightmares her subconscious will throw up this time. The reefs by moonlight are everything they're supposed to be. Why didn't I do this often when I had the chance? I stay until my oxygen's nearly gone, then come out and sadly press the button that collapses the boat into a 30-pound package of plastic hoops and oxygen cans. I sling it on my back and head back for the chalet that B and I hired among the coconut trees. I'm crossing an open space, maybe 50 yards from it, when a thing drops on me out of the air. I do not see the thing because part of it covers my face, and the rest is grabbed around my arms and my waist and my hips and whatever. I cannot see and cannot scream and cannot find anything to kick. The thing is strong and rubbery and many-armed and warmish, and less than a second after I first feel it, I'm being hauled up into the air. I don't care for this at all. I'm at least 50 feet up before it occurs to me to bite the hand that gags me and discover it's plastic, not alive at all. Then I feel self and encumbrance scraping through some kind of aperture. There's a sharp click as of a door closing, and the thing goes limp all around me. I spit out the bit I'm biting, and it drops away so I can see. Well, I'm in a kind of cup-shaped space, maybe 10 feet across, not higher than I am. There's a trapdoor in the ceiling. The thing's lying all around me in a mess of plastic arms with an extensible stalk connecting it to the wall. I kick free and it turns over, exposing the label Fragile Cargo right across the back. The next thing I notice is two holdalls, B's and mine, clamped against the wall, and the next after that is the opening of a trapdoor in the ceiling and B's head silhouetted in it, remarking, "Oh, there you are, Liz." I confirm the statement and ask for explanation. B says, "She doesn't understand all of it, but it's all right." "It's not all right," I reply. "If she's joined some society, such as for the realization of fictitious improbabilities, that's her privilege. No reason to involve me." "Why do I not stop talking and come up here and see for myself?" I don't know that I love the way this dialogue is written. I'll just read it as written instead of trying to cram it into dialogue boxes. There's a slight hitch when I jam in the trap door. Then B helps me get the boat off my back, and I drop it on the fragile cargo and emerge in the cabin of a hopper, drop-shaped cargo carrying. I've been in its hold till now. There may be one or two peculiar points about it, maybe 1 or 200, such as the rate we're ascending seems, to be bringing us right into the stratosphere, but the main thing I notice is the pilot. He has his back to us, but is recognizably Ram Gopal, who graduated in cultural engineering last year, and rumor says next to top of his class. I ask him what kind of a melodramatic shenanigan is this. B says we had to leave quietly, in a hurry, without attracting attention, so she booked us out at the hotel hours ago, and she and Ram have been hanging around waiting for me ever since. I'll point out that the scope trace of an unidentified flying object will occasion a lot more remark than a normal departure, even at midnight. At this, Ram smiles in an inscrutable oriental manner, and B gets nearly as cross as I do. Seems she's mentioned this point before. We've not gone into it properly when the cabin suddenly shifts through a right angle. B and I go sliding down the vertical floor and end up sitting on a window. There's a jolt and a shudder, and Ram mutters things in Hindi, and then suddenly up is nowhere at all. B and I scramble off the window and grab fixtures as to stay put. The stars have gone, and we can see nothing except the dim glow over the instruments. Then suddenly lights go on outside. We look out into the hold of a ship. Our 10-foot teardrop is sitting next to another one like two eggs in a rack. On another side is a bulkhead. Behind, the curve of the hull, and directly ahead, an empty space. Then another bulkhead and an open door, which, after a few seconds, a head pokes through, cautiously. The head is then followed by a body, which kicks off against the wall and sails slowly toward us. Ram presses a stud, and a door slides open in the hopper, but the new arrival stops himself with a hand on either side of the frame, his legs trailing any old how behind him. It's Peter Yang Sen, who graduated the year I did my field work. He says, "Gopal, dear fellow, there was no need for the knocking. We heard the bell all right." Ram grumbles something about the guide beam being misset and slides out of his chair. Peter announces that we've only just made it as the deadline's in 7 minutes' time. He waves B and me out of the hopper, through the door, and into a corridor where a certain irregular vibration is coming from the walls. Ram asks, "What's that tapping?" And Peter sighs and says the present generation of students has no discipline at all. At this, B breaks with one hand against the wall and cocks her head to listen. Next moment, she laughs and starts banging with her fist on the wall. Peter exclaims in Mandarin and tows her away by one wrist like a reluctant kite. The rapping starts again on the far side of the wall, and I suddenly recognize a primitive singling the rapping. Try again, one more time. The rapping starts again on the far side of the wall, and I suddenly recognize a primitive signaling system called regret or something. I guess because it was used by people in situations they didn't like, such as sinking ships or solitary confinement. It's done by tapping water pipes and such. Someone found it in a book, and the more childish element in college learned it up for signaling during compulsory lectures. Interest, however, waned abruptly when the lecturers started to learn it too. I never paid much attention, not expecting to be in solitary confinement much. This just shows you. Next moment, Ram opens the door, pushes me through it. The door clicks closed behind me, and solitary confinement's what I'm in. I remember this code is really called remorse, which is what I feel for not learning when I had the chance. However, I did not have long for it. A speaker in the wall requests everyone to lie down as acceleration's about to begin. I strap down on the couch, which fills half the compartment. Countdown begins, and at 0, the floor is suddenly down once more. I wait till my stomach settles, then rise to explore. I'm in an oblong room, about 8 by 12. Looks as though it's been hastily partitioned off from a larger space. The walls are made of prefab plastic sheet. The rest are standard fittings, slung in, bolted down, with the fastenings showing. How many of my classmates are on the ship? Remorse again as tapping starts on either side of me. Discarding such hypotheses as that Ram and Peter are going to hold us to ransom, which might work for me, my dad somehow got to be a millionaire, but not for B. Her parents think Ronnie's vulgar, or that we're being carried off to found an ideal colony somewhere. Any first-year student can tell you why that won't work. Only one idea seems possible. This is that the finals were not final. We're in for one more test of some sort. After 10 minutes, I get some evidence. A reading machine is trundled in, the door immediately slamming shut so I don't know who trundles it. I prowl round it looking for tricks, but it seems standard. Take a seat in it, put on the headset, and turn the switch. Hypothesis confirmed, I suppose. There's a reel in place. It contains background information on a problem in cultural engineering, all set out the way we're taught to do it in class. Problem concerned, the developments on a planet got settled by two groups during the Exodus, and it's been isolated ever since. Well, while the reading machine's running, there's no time to think. It crams in data at full speed. Evaluation's gotta wait. However, my subconscious goes into action, and when the reel stops, it produces suspicion, full grown. This thing's too tidy. When we were first years, we dreamed up situations like this, argued like mad over them even. They were a lot too neat for real life, and too dramatic as well. However, one thing McClare said to us, and every other lecturer too, just before the finals, was to not spend time trying to figure what the examiner was after, but answer the question as it was set. I am more than halfway decided that this was some sort of mysterious oriental idea of a joke, but I get busy thinking in case it's not. Problem goes like this. The planet's called Incognitia in the real, and it's set right on the edge of some known volume of space. Got settled by two groups somewhere between 3 and 3.5 centuries ago. Rest of the human race never heard of it till maybe 3 years back. Well, it happens that way. Inhabited planets are still turning up 8 or 10 a century on account of during the Exodus. Some folk were willing to travel a year or more so as to get away from the rest. The ship that spotted the planet is inhabited, didn't land, but reported to Central Government Earth, who shipped observers out to take a look. There's a rumor circulating at Russet that the Terry government might employ some of us on to that kind of job, but never got official. I don't know whether to believe this bit or not. It's stated that the observers landed secretly and mingled with natives unobserved. This is not physically impossible, but sounds too like a field trip to be true. The observers are not named, but stated to be graduates of the cultural engineering class. They put in a few months' work and sent home unanimous crash priority reports that the situation is bad, getting worse, and the prognosis is war. Ah, brother. I know people have had wars. I know one reason we don't have them now is that with so many planets and cheap transportation, pressure's got other outlets, but these people scrapped their ships for factories and never built more. But there are only about 10 million of them, and surely to goodness a whole planet gives room enough to keep out of one another's hair. Well, this isn't reasoning. It's a reaction. I go back in the data for another look. The root trouble is stated to be that two groups landed on the planet without knowing the others were there. When they met up 30 years later, well, they got a disagreeable shock. I cannot see there was any basic difference between them. They're very similar, especially in that neither lot wanted anything to do with people they'd not picked themselves. So they divided the planet along a great circle, which left two of the main land masses in one hemisphere and two in the other. They agreed to keep to its own section and leave the other side alone. 20 years later, trading like mad, each has certain minerals the other lacks, each has certain agricultural products the other finds difficult to grow. Think this leads to cooperation, friendship, and ultimate federation? I won't go into the incidents that make each side feel like it's being gypped. It's long enough that from time to time, a scarcity or a hold-up on deliveries that upsets the other economy, they start experimenting to become self-sufficient, and the exporter's economy is upset in turn. Each thinks the other did it on purpose. This sort of situation reacts internally, leading to politics. There are troubles about a medium-sized island on the dividing line that profits from interhemispherical transport and the laws of interhemispherical trade. Takes maybe 200 years, but finally each has expanded the police into an army with a whole spectrum of weapons not to be used on any account except defense. This situation lasts another 70 years, getting worse all the time. Rumors have started on each time the other is developing an ultimate weapon, and political parties not in power are agitating to move first before the thing's complete. The observers report war not maybe this year or the next, but within 10. And if neither side was looking for an ultimate weapon to begin with, well, they're certainly now. But taking this all at face value, it seems like there's an obvious solution. I'm thinking this over in an academic sort of way when an itchy trickle of sweat starts down my vertebrae. Who's going to apply this solution? This is anything but another test, or the output of a diseased sense of humor. I'd be sorry for somebody. I dial black coffee on the wall servitor and wish B were here so we could prove to each other the thing is just an exercise. I do not do so well at spotting proofs on my own. Most of our class exercises have concerned something that happened at least once. After about 90 minutes, the speaker requests me to write not more than 1,000 words on any scheme to improve the situation and the equipment required for it. I spend 10 minutes verbalizing the basic idea and an hour or so on equipment. The longer I go on, the more unlikely it all seems. In the end, I have maybe 200 words, acting on my instructions I post through a slit in the door. 5 minutes later, I realize I've forgotten the time factor. The original ship took a year to reach Incognita. It'll take at least 4 months now. Therefore, it's more than 4 months since that report was written, and it will be more than a year before anyone arrives, and war may have started already. I sit back and, by transition of ideas, start to wonder where the ship's heading. We're still at 1G. Even on mass time, you can't juggle apparent acceleration and spatial transition outside certain limits. We're not just orbiting, but we may be well outside the solar system by now. The speaker announces everyone will now get some rest. I smell sleep gas for a moment and have just the time to lie down. I guess I was tired of that. When I wake, I feel more cheerful than I have for weeks. Analysis indicates I'm glad something's happening, even if it is another exam. I dial breakfast, but I'm too restless to eat. I wonder how long this goes on, or whether I'm supposed to show initiative and break out. I'm examining things with this in mind when the speaker comes to life again. It says, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have not been told whether the problem you studied yesterday concerned a real situation or an imaginary one. You have all outlined measures which you think would improve the situation described. Please consider seriously whether you'd be prepared to take part in the application of your plan yourself." Brother. There's no way to tell whether those who say no will be counted cowardly or those who say yes rash idiots or what. The owner of that voice has his inflections too well trained to give away anything except intentionality. DJ McClare. Not in person, but a recording. Anyway, McClare's on Earth, surrounded by exam papers. I sit back and try to think. Honestly, if that crack-brained notion I wrote out last night were going to be tried in dead earnest, would I take a hand in it? Trouble is, hearing McClare's voice has me convinced it's a test. I don't know whether it's testing my courage or my prudence. In fact, I might as well toss for it. Heads, I'm crazy, take a defaulter. Tails is what it is. Seize my styler and write the decision down, and then there's the slit in the door. I twiddle the note and think, well, nobody asked for it yet. Suppose it's real after all. I remember the itchy, sweaty feeling I got yesterday and try to picture really embarking on a thing like this, but cannot work up any lather today. I begin to picture McClare reading my decision not to back up my own idea, and I pick up the coin to jiggle it around. The speaker remarks, when I'm quite ready, will I please make a note of my decision and post it through the door. I go on, flipping the coin up, and presently it drops on the floor. Heads this time. Tossing coins is a pretty feeble way to decide. I drop the note on the floor and take another sheet and write yes. Lysistrata Lee. Using that name seems to make it more legal. I slip the paper in the slit and poke it till it falls through on the other side of the door. I'm suddenly immensely hungry and dial breakfast all over again. Just as I finish up breakfast, McClare's voice starts once more. It's always the minor matters that cause the most difficulty. The timing of this announcement has cost me as much thought as any aspect of the arrangements. The trouble is that however honest you are, and your honesty has been tested repeatedly, however strong your imagination, about half your training has been devoted to developing it, you can't possibly be sure, answering a hypothetical question, that you're giving the answer you'd choose if you knew it was asked in dead earnest. Welcome in, Raiders! Hello! Welcome to the Igloo. We are reading The Lost Kazoofalum tonight. We're on a real short story kick. Arno, you were... Oh, cool! My shoutout command actually works. Yeah, you were working on another one of them otomes, right? I hope you had a good time with that. Uh, Indeed it is you. Where was I? Oh yeah, we did the Fall of the House of Usher before this, so that's what you missed, and you haven't missed too much of the Lost Kazoofalum. And we got one more story down the pipe for us to finish, but happy to have you all here. I appreciate the raid. Everybody settle in. This one's a little more science fiction than what we were reading, and I must admit it's because it's my personal pick. This is from an old issue, 60s issue of Analog, if you're curious. Anyway, where were we? Those of you who answered the question in the negative are out of this. They've been told that it was a test of an experimental nature. They've been asked to keep the whole thing a secret. They'll be returning to Earth in a few hours' time. I ask the rest of you to think it over once again. Your decision is still private. Only the two people who gathered you together know which members of the class are in the ship. The list of possible helpers was compiled by a computer, and I haven't seen it myself. Oh, you missed Usher? I was reading parts with RNL, but lurking here. Fair. Yeah, there's always a podcast for Usher. It'll be a little bit where the podcast is currently on Dracula, which, by the way, I put a lot of effort into the episode of Dracula that dropped this month, and I really like how it came out. So if you are in the mood for spooky after tonight, there's always the podcast in your favorite podcatcher, and it just started in on Dracula. So definitely stick around if you do wind up listening to that episode of Dracula. Stick around until Seward's Diary crops up. I think you will also like what I did there. Took a little bit of tinkering, but I think it was worth it. Mm. While I'm at it, distracted from the story, I'm going to bring up the Codex. Codex is a group of reading streamers, of which Arnel Quendi and Gariki are both a part. It's basically just a big pile of people that like to read stream like I do. We all kind of hit different genres loosely, and we all, I would hope, try not to step on each other's toes reading the same books. I know I keep one eye on the Going Live chat, but either way, if you like what I do here, you'll like the rest of the Codex. There's a Discord for it. Definitely drop by. There's a book club late Saturday. Saturday's near the end of the month usually. Do we have? I don't think we had a Halloween one. The last one was one of the Ender's Game sequels. I had suggested one that I had done recently for the book club. I don't know if that made it through. Anyway, back to the book. Codex is great. That's what that bug over my head is. You have a further. No, we already did that. If you still decide in favor of the project, write your name on a slip of paper and post it as before. If you're not absolutely certain about it, do nothing. Please think it over for half an hour. Well, me, I had enough thinking. I write my name, just L. Lee, and post it straight away. Oh, excuse me. Horrible time for hiccups. No! Hiccups! This is a horrible time for this. No! Okay. That ought to distract my diaphragm. Uh,
Me, I had enough thinking. Write my name, just L. Lee, and post it straight away. However, I cannot stop thinking altogether. I guess I think very hard, in fact. My subconscious insists afterward that it did register the plop as something that came through the slit, but my conscious failed to notice it at all. Hours later, my watch says 25 minutes, but I guess the mass times affected it. Anyway, I had 3 times too much solitary confinement. Let me out of here. There's a knock at the door, and a second later, it slides apart. I'm expecting Ram or Peter, so it takes me an appreciable fraction of a moment to realize that I'm seeing Dr. J. McClare. Then I remember he's back on Earth, buried in exam papers, and conclude that I'm having a hallucination. The figment of my imagination says politely, "Do you mind if I sit down?" He collapses on the couch as though thoroughly glad of it. It's a strange thing. Every time I see McClare, I'm startled all over again at how good-looking he is. Seems I forget it between times, which is why maybe I never fell for him, as most female students do. However, what strikes me this time is that he looks tired. 3 days sleepless tired, with worries on top. Guess he's tired at that, or at least he's real at that. He says, "Don't be so accusing, Lizzie. I only just got on the ship myself." This doesn't make sense. You can't just arrive on a ship 24 hours after it goes on mass time, can you? McClare leans back and closes his eyes and inquires whether I'm one of the Morse enthusiasts. So that's the name. I say when we get back, I'll learn it first thing. Well, I did my best to arrange privacy for all of you. With so many ingenious idiots on board, I'm not surprised they managed to circumvent me. I did cheat and check that you really were on the list, and I knew that whoever backed out, you'd still be on board. So I should hope he might. Horrors there is that my first answer screwed up on the floor and writing side topmost. However, he's not noticed it. He goes on. Anyway, you of all people won't be thought to have dropped out because you were afraid. I've just managed to hook my heel over the note and get it out of sight. McClare has paused for an answer, and I have to dredge my sub-threshold memories for... What? McClare opens his eyes and says, like I'm enacting last straw, "Have some sense, Lizzie." Then, in a different tone, "Ram says he gave you the letter half an hour ago." What letter? My brain suddenly registers a small, pale patch that's been occupying a corner of my retina for the past half hour. Turns out to be a letter postmarked Exenius 23. I disembowel it with one jerk. It's from my dad and runs like this. "My dear Liz, thank you for keeping your last letter. Thank you for your last letter. Glad you're keeping fit, and so am I. I just got a letter from your college saying you'll get a degree conferred on you September 12th, and parents, if on Earth, will be welcome. Well, Liz, this I gotta see. And Charlie says the same, but the letter says to Terran authority will not give a permit to visit Earth just for this, so I wangled on to a delegation which is coming to discuss trade with the Department of Commerce. Charlie and I will be arriving on Earth on August 24th. Liz, it's good to think I shall be seeing you again after 4 years. There's some things about your future I meant to write to Professor McClare about, but now I shall be able to talk it over with him direct. Please give him my regards. Be seeing you, Lizzie girl. Your affectionate dad, J.X. Lee." And dear old dad, after all these years farming with a weathermaker on a dry dust planet, I want to see his face the first time he sees real rain. Hell's fires and shades of darkness, I shan't be there. McClare says, "Your father wrote to me saying that he'll be arriving on Earth on the 24th of August. Take it your letter says the same. I came on a dispatch boat. You can go back on it." Now what's he talking about? Then I get the drift. "Look, so Dad will be on Earth before we get back. What difference does that make?" "You can't let him arrive and find you missing." I admit to a qualm at the thought of Dad let loose on Earth without me, but after all, Uncle Charlie's a born Terry and can keep him in line. Hell, he's old enough to look after himself anyway. "You met my dad. You think J.X. Lee would want any daughter of his backing out on a job so as to hold his hand? I can send him a letter saying I'm off on a job or a test or whatever I please. Hold everything till I get back. What are you doing about people's families on Earth already?" Leclerc says we were all selected as having families not on Earth at present, and I must go back. And I say, like hell I will. He says he's my official guardian and responsible for me. I say he's just as responsible for everyone else on the ship. I spent years and years trying to think up a remark that would really get home to McClare, and I've really done it now. Look, you're tired and worried and maybe not thinking so well just now. I know this is a very risky job. Don't think I've missed that at all. Tried hard to imagine it like you said over the speaker. I cannot imagine dying, but I know how Dad'll feel if I do. If I did my level best to scare myself if I did my level best to scare myself sick, then decided it's just plain worth the risk anyway, well, to work out a thing like this, you have to have kind of arithmetic. You add in everybody's feelings with all the other factors, and if you get a plus answer, you forget everything else, go right ahead. Not going to think about it anymore. I added up the sum and got the answer, and upsetting my nerves won't help. Guess you've worked out the sum too. Decided 4 million people were worth risking 20 even if they do have parents, even if they are your students. So they are now. So they are too. You gave us all a chance to say no. Nothing's altered that, only now the values look different to you because you're tired and worried. Probably missed breakfast too. Brother, that was some speech. Wonder what got into me. Leclerc's wondering too, or maybe gone to sleep sitting. It's some time before he answers me either way. Miss Lee, you're deplorably right on one thing at least. I don't know whether I was fit to make such a decision when I made it, but I'm not fit now. As far as you personally are concerned... He trails off, looking tireder than ever, and then picks up again suddenly. You're again quite right. I'm every bit as responsible for the other people on board as I am for you. He climbs slowly to his feet and walks out without another word. The door is left open, and I take this as an invitation to freedom and shoot through in case it was a mistake. No, because Ram is opening doors all along the corridor. 10 of Russet's brightest come pouring out like mercury, finding its own level and coalesce in the middle of the floor. The effective release is such that after 4 minutes, Peter Yang Sen's head appears at the top of the stairway. He says the crew is lifting the deck plates. We, for time's sake, go along the conference room, which is soundproof. The conference room's on the next deck, and like our cabins, shows signs of hasty construction. Soundproofing's there, but the acoustics are kind of muffled, and the generator's not boxed in, but has cables trailing all over. The fastenings, they've got a strong but temporary look. Otherwise, there's a big table and a lot of chairs and a small projection box in front of each with a note taker beside. It's maybe this very functional setup, or maybe the dead flatness of our voices in the dampened room, but we do not have so much to talk about anymore. We automatically take places at the table, all at one end, and leave 7 vacant chairs near the door. Looking round, I wonder what principle we were selected on. Of my special friends, Erite Wahonga and Kirsty Lamergaw are present, but Lily Chen and Likofo Komombaraste and Jean Lebrun are not. We have Cray Patterson, who is one of my special enemies, but not Blazer Way or the Astral Cad. The rest are P. Zapatek, Nick Howard, Auramesta, Dilly Dixie, Pavel Kristonovich, I missed one of the names, Lenny DiMaggio, and Shoot Right Crow. Aren't those some names? Write those down for your D&D campaign. Those are some names, buddy. Capital N names. I might steal some of those names from my Monster of the Week game. Eru's at the end of the table, opposite the door, and maybe feels this position puts it up to him to start the discussion. He opens by remarking, "So nobody took the opportunity to withdraw?" Cray Patterson lifts his eyebrows ceilingwards and drawls out that the decision was supposed to be a private one. B says maybe, but it didn't work out that way. Everyone who learned Morse knows who was on the ship. Anyway, they're all still here. What's it matter? McClare wouldn't have picked people who were going to funk it after all. My chair gets a kick on the ankle, which I suppose was meant for B. Eru is 6'5", but even his legs don't quite reach. He's the only one of us facing the door. McClare has somehow shed his weariness. He looks stern, but fresh as a daisy. There are 4 with him. Ram and Peter looking serious, one stranger in Evercleans looking determined to enjoy the party, and another in uniform, looking as though nothing would make him. McClare introduces the strangers as Colonel Delano Smith and Mr. Yardo. They all sit down at the other end of the table, and he frowns at us and begins like this. Miss Layden is mistaken. You were not selected on any such grounds as she suggests. I may say I was astonished at the readiness with which you all engaged yourselves to take part in such a desperate gamble, and seeing that for the last 4 years I've been trying to persuade you that it's worthwhile before making a decision of any importance to spend a certain amount of thought on it, I was discouraged as well. Oh, oh no. The criterion upon which you were selected were a very simple one. As I told you, were not picked by me, but by a computer, one in the college office, which registers such information as your home addresses, present whereabouts, simply that section of the class which could be picked up without attracting attention, because you all happen to be on holiday by yourselves or with other members of the class, and because your nearest relatives are not on Earth at present. Oh, well. All of us can see that McClare is doing a job of deflation on us for reasons of his own, but well, it works for all that. He now seems to feel the job is complete and relaxes a bit. I was interested to see that you all, without exception, hit on variations of the same idea. It is, of course, the obvious way to deal with the problem. He smiles at us suddenly, and I get mad at myself, for I know that he's following the rules for introducing a desired state of mind, but I still respond as I'm meant to. I'll read you the most succinct expression of it. You may be able to guess the author. And there was a little bit of business with bits of paper. Here it is. I quote, Drag in some outsider. Looks like he's going for both sides. They'll gang up on him. Yells of laughter and shouts of Lizzie Lee. Even the two strangers produce sympathetic grins. I don't find it so funny as all that myself. Ideas as to the form the outsider should take were more varied. This is a matter I propose to leave you to work out together, with the assistance of Colonel Delano Smith and Mr. Yardo. Tewangoa, you take the chair. And so exit McClare. This leaves two halves of the table eyeing one another. Ram and Peter have been through this kind of session in their time. Now they're leaning back to prepare to watch us work. It's plain we're supposed to impress the abilities of Russet near graduates on the two strangers, and for some moments we're all occupied taking them in. Colonel Delano Smith is a small, neat guy with a face that has all the muscular machinery for producing expression. He just doesn't care to use it. Mr. Yardo is taller than any of us except Eru, and flesh is spread very thin on his bones, including his face, which splits now and then into a grin like an affable skeleton. Where the colonel fits is guessable enough. Mr. Yardo is presumably expert at something, but no data on what. Eru rests his hands on the table and says we'd better start. Will somebody kindly outline an idea for making the incognitans gang up? Simpler the better. Doesn't matter whether it's workable or not, pulling it to pieces will give us a start. We all wait to see who will rush in, then I catch Eru's eye and see I am elected clown once again. I say, send them a letter postmarked outer space, signed BEM, saying we lost our own planet and Nova. We'll take over theirs 2 weeks from Tuesday. Mr. Yardo utters a sharp but it's not seconded. The colonel, having been expressionless all along, becomes more so. Eru says, thank you, Lizzie. He looks across at Cray, who's opposite me. Cray says there are as many points on which he might comment. To take only one, 2 weeks from Tuesday, leaves little time for ganging up. What happens when the BEMs fail to come? We are suddenly back in the atmosphere of a seminar. Eru's glance moves to P. Zapatek, sitting next to Cray, and he says, these BEMs who lost their planet in a nova, how many ships have they got? Without a base, it can't be very dangerous unless their fleet's very large. And it goes around the table. How would BEMs learn to write? Are they supposed to know incognito is habited? How do they address the letter? Why write letters? Invaders just invade. We don't want to inflame these people against an alien race. We might find out, or we might find one someday. Seems to me like this idea's got all sorts of undesirable byproducts. Suppose each side regards it as a ruse on part of the other. We might touch off a war instead of preventing it. Suppose they turn over to preparations for repelling the invaders to an extent that cripples the economy. Suppose a panic starts. Say, Mr. Chairman, is there any of this idea left at all? How about an interim summary? Eru coughs for a moment to get a thought, then says, in brief, the problem is to provide a menace against which the two groups will be forced to unite. It must have certain characteristics. Must be sufficiently far off in time for the threat to last several years, long enough to force them into a real combination. Must obviously be a plausible danger. They must get to know of it in a plausible manner. Invasion from the outside is the only threat so far suggested. Must be a limited threat. That is, it must appear to come from one well-defined group. The rest of the universe should appear benevolent or neutral. He stops at this, rather as though there's something else to come. While the rest of us are waiting, B sticks up her oar into the following effect. Yeah, but look, suppose this goes wrong. It's all very well to make plans. Suppose we get some of Kirsty's side effects just the same. What I mean is, I suppose it makes the mess worse instead of better. We want some way we can sort of switch it off again. It's just an illustration, but suppose the menace was pirates. If it went wrong, we could have an Earth ship make official contact. They could just happen to say, by the way, have you seen anything of some pirates? Earth fleet wiped them up in the sector about 6 months ago. That would mean the whole crew conniving, so it won't do, but I see what you mean. There's a bit of silence, then Arrow says, I think we should start fresh. We've had criticisms of Lizzie's suggestion, which was not perhaps wholly serious. As Dilly says, there's little left of it except the idea of a threat of invasion. The idea of an alien intelligent race has objections and be very difficult to fake. The invaders must be men from another planet. Perhaps an unknown one, but how do the people of Incognita come to know that they exist? More silence, then I hear my own voice speaking, although it was my intention to have been quiet for once. Sounds kind of creaky, and it says, a ship? Crash ship from outside? Whereupon another voice says, really? Am I expected to swallow this? We'd just about forgotten the Colonel, not to mention Mr. Yardo, who contributes another. So this reminder comes as a slight shock, nor do we see what he's talking about, but this he proceeds to explain. I don't know why McClare thought it necessary to stage the discussion. I'm already acquainted with his plan. I've had orders to cooperate. I've expressed my opinion on using undergraduates in a job like this and have been overruled. If he or you imagine that priming you to bring you out his ideas like this is going to reconcile me to the whole business, you're mistaken. You might have chosen a more suitable mouthpiece than that child with the curly hair. Here, everybody wishes to reply at once. The resulting jam produces a moment of silence, after which I get in first. As for curly hair, I'm rising 24, and I was only saying what we all thought. If we have the same ideas as McClare, that's because he taught us for 4 years. How else would you set about it anyway? My fellow students pick up their stylers and tap them solemnly 3 times on the table. This is the russet equivalent of hear, hear, and the Colonel is surprised. Eru says coldly, this discussion has not been rehearsed. As Miss Lee says, we've been working and thinking together for 4 years. We've been taught by the same people. Very well, says Delano Smith testily. Tell me this, please. You regard this idea as practicable? Cray tilts his chair back and remarks to the ceiling, it's rather a farce. Suppose we had got to go through our paces for the Colonel's benefit and Mr. Yardo's, of course, but can't we be briefed properly now? What do you mean by that? Says the Colonel. It's been obvious right along, says Cray, balancing his styler on a forefinger. So obvious none of us has bothered to mention it, accepting the normal limitations of mass time. The idea of interfering in incognito was doomed before it began. No conventional ship would have much hope of arriving before war broke out, and if it did arrive, it couldn't do anything effective. Therefore, I assume this is not a conventional ship. I might accept the government's has sent us out in a futile attempt to do the impossible, but I wouldn't believe that of McClare. Cray is the only Terry I know that acts like an outsider's idea of one. Many find this difficult to take, and the Colonel is plainly one of them. Eru, to his credit, intervenes quickly. I imagine we all realize that. Anyway, this ship is obviously not a conventional model. You accept the usual mass-time relationship between the rate of translation and fifth power of the apparent acceleration. We already reached about 4 times the maximum already.
says B suddenly. What did you do to stop the hotel scope registering the little ship you picked me and Lizzie in? Everybody cuts in with something they've noticed about the capabilities of the ship or the hoppers, and Lenny starts hammering on the table and chanting, "Brief! Brief! Brief!" And the others are just starting to join in when Eru bangs on the table and glares us all down. Having gotten his silence, he says, very quietly, "Colonel Delano Smith, I doubt whether this discussion can usefully proceed without a good deal of information. Will you take over?" The colonel looks around at all the eager, earnest, interested maps hastily put on for his benefit and decides to take the plunge. Very well, I suppose it is very well. The decision to use students from Russet was made at a very high level, and I suppose, instead of saying very well again, he shrugs his shoulders and gets down to it. The report from the planet we decided to call Incognita was received 31 days ago. The Department of Spatial Affairs has certain resources of which are not generally known. This ship is one of them. She works on a modified version of mass time, which enables her to use about 1,000 channels instead of the normal limit of 200. For good and sufficient reasons, this has not been generally released. Pause while we're silently dared to doubt this virtue and sufficiency of the reasons, which I personally don't. To travel to Incognita direct would take about 15 days by the shortest route. It will take 18 days. We have to make a detour. Presumably, we should take only 15 days back. Hurrah, we can spend a week around the planet, still be back in time for commemoration. Skip maybe a million awkward questions, and I won't disappoint Dad. It's plain the Colonel's not filled with joy. Far from it, he didn't enjoy revealing a departmental secret, however obvious, but he likes the next item. He likes the next item even less. We shall detour to an uninhabited system, 12 days transit time from here, make contact with another ship, the Gilgamesh. At which Lenny DiMaggio, who's been silent till now, brings his fist down on the table and exclaims, "You can't!" Lenny's much upset for some reason. Delano Smith gives him a particular look, a peculiar one even, and says, what does he know about it? And Lenny starts to stutter. Cray remarks that Lenny's childhood hobby appears to have been spaceships, and he suffers from arrested development. B says that it's well known Lenny's mad about the Space Force, and why not? Seems to have used his go on, and tell us, Lenny. Lenny says, Gilgamesh was lost 300 years ago. The flaw in that statement, says Cray after a pause, this may be another ship of the same name. No, says the Colonel. Explorer class cruiser went out of service 280 years back. The Space Force, I remember, does not reuse names of lost ship. Some says very, very proper feeling, and some will say superstitious rot. B says, well, when was she found again? Lenny says it was just 37 revolutions of his native planet, which means 53 terrestrial years ago, she was found by an interplanetary scout called Crusoe. Judging by the Colonel's expression, this data is classified, and he doesn't know that Lenny's family come from one of the oldest settled planets. They're spacegoers to a man, woman, and juvenile. They pick up ship gossip the way others hear about the relations of people next door. Lenny goes on to say the Explorer class was the first official exploration ship sent out from Earth when the Terries decided to find out what happened to the colonies formed during the Exodus. Gilgamesh was the first to remake contact with Garuda, Legba, Lister, Corbus, and Antelope. She vanished on her third voyage. Well, where was she found? Near the pole of an uninhabited planet? Maybe I shouldn't say where. That may be secret. Rest history if you know where to look, though. Maybe the Colonel approves this discretion. Anyway, his face thaws very slightly unless I imagined it. Gilgamesh crashed. Near as we could make out from the logs, she visited Seleucus system. It's a swarmer sun, 57 planets, 3 settled, and any number of fragments. Navigator calculated that after a few more revolutions, one of the fragments was going to crash on an inhabited planet. Might have done a lot of damage. They decided to tow it out of the way. Grappling beams had not been invented. Thought they could use mass time on it, kind of a reverse thrust, throw it off course. Mass time wasn't so well understood then, bit off more than they could chew. Set up a topological relation, drained all the free energy out of the system. Drive, heating, everything. She had emergency circuits.
When the engines came on again, they took over. Landed the ship, more or less, on the nearest planet. Too late, of course. Heating system never came on. There was a safety switch that had to be thrown by hand. She was embedded in ice when she found. Hull breached at one point. No other serious damage. The crew? Dilly ought to know better than asking that. Lost with all hands. Well, how about weapons? We were all startled. Cray's looking whitish like the rest of us, but maintains his normal manner, i.e. offensive affection, while pointing out that Gilgamesh can hardly be taken for a menace unless she's got means of aggression about her. Lenny says the Explorer class were all armed. Oh, fine, says Cray. Presumably the weapons will be obsolete, recognizable to a historian. Lenny says the construction of no weapon developed by the Space Department has ever been released, making it plain that anyone but a nitwit knows that already. Eru and Christy have been busy for some time, writing notes to give each other, and she now gives a small, sharp cough, having collected our attention, utters the following address. There's a point which we seem to have missed. If I may recapitulate, ideas to take the ship Gilgamesh to Incognita, make it appear as though she'd crashed there while attempting to land. I understand the ship's been buried in the polar cap. She must have been melted out if the people on Crusoe examined the engines. Of course, the cold, all the same. Well, there may have been, well, changes, or when we thaw the ship again. Gariki coming in with the aliens. Yeah, we're leaning pretty hard sci-fi here. I find that I'm swallowing, good and hard, and several of the others look sick, especially Lenny. Lenny's got his eyes fixed on the Colonel. It's not prescience, but a slight sideways movement in the Colonel's eye that causes him to blurt out, "What's he doing here?" Meaning Mr. Yardo, who has been oh, excuse me. Meaning Mr. Yardo, who seems to have been asleep for some time with his eyes open, grinning like the spikes on a dog collar. Colonel gives him another sideways look and says, Mr. Yardo is an expert on the rehabilitation of space-packed materials. This is stuff transported in unpowered hulls towed by grappling beams. Hulls are open to space, no need for refrigeration. The contents are transferred to specially equipped orbital stations before being taken down to the planet. But Mr. Yardo comes to life at the sound of his name, and his grin widens alarmingly. Especially meat, he says. It's maybe 2 hours afterwards. Eru having adjourned the meeting abruptly so that we can take in the implications of the new data. Lenny's gone off somewhere by himself. Kirsty has gone after him with a view to mothering him. Eru, I suspect, is looking for Christy. Pavel and Aro and Dilly and the Crow are in a cabin, arguing in whispers. Nick and P. Zapatek are exploring one of the hoppers, cargo-carrying, drop-shaped. And I can only hope they don't hop through the hole in it. B and I, having done a tour of the ship and ascertained all this, have withdrawn to the conference room because we're tired of our cabins, and this seems to be the only other place to sit. B breaks a long silence with the remark that however often you see it, McClare's technique is something to watch, like choosing my statement to open with. Broke the ice beautifully. I say, shall I tell you something? B says yes, if it's interesting. My statement ran something like this. Best hope of inducing a suspension of the aggressive attitude of both parties long enough to offer hope of ultimate reconciliation lies in the intrusion of a new factor in the shape of an outside force seen to be impartially hostile to both. B says, Gosh, come to think of it, Liz, you haven't written like that in years. You've gone all pompous like everyone else. That makes it even more clever of McClare. Enter Cray Patterson and drapes himself sideways on a chair, announcing that his own thoughts begin to weary him. I say this doesn't surprise me, not at all. Lizzie, my love, you're twice blessed being, not only witty yourself, but a cause of wit in others. What was that bit of primitive Lee with which McClare regaled us? Was it really not from the hand of the mistress, or was it mere pastiche? Whoever wrote it wasn't me, anyway. Seemed to me pale and lukewarm compared with the real thing, says Cray languidly. Which brings me to a point, to quote dear Kirsty, seems to have been missed. Yep, like what language it was that these people wrote their log in that we can be certain the incognitans won't know.
More than that, says B, we didn't we didn't decide who they are or where they were coming from or how they came to crash or anything. Come to think of it, though, I point out, language and the many good other things must have been decided already because of getting the right hypnotapes and translators on board. B suddenly lights up. Yeah, but look, I bet that's why we're here too. I bet that's what we're here for. I mean, that's why they picked us instead of Space Department people. Ship's gotta have a past history. Gotta come from a planet somewhere. Only no one must ever find out where it's supposed to be. Someone have to take a log. Only I don't see how. Well, the first reel with the data showing the planet of origin got damaged during the crash, says Gray impatiently. Or rather, that's Gray. Well, the first reel with the data showing the planet of origin got damaged during the crash. Yes, of course, but we have to find a reason why we're in that part of space. Has to be a nice one. So the incognitans, when they finally read the log, won't hate them anymore. Maybe they were bravely defending their own planet, hunting down an interplanetary raider, I suggest. Cray says it'll only take the briefest contact with other planets to convince the incognitans that interplanetary raiders can't and don't exist. Modern planetary alarm and defense systems put them out of the question. That's all he knows. Some interplanetary pirates raided Lizzie's father's farm once, didn't they, Liz? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking, but they were bums who pinched a spaceship from a planet not many parsecs away. Sparsely inhabited mining world like my own had no real call for alarm system. That hardly alters the argument. Well, alarm system on Incognita can't be so hot that the observation ships couldn't have got in or out, for that matter. Unless, of course, they've got some other gadget we don't know about. On the other hand, to mention interplanetary raiders raises the idea of menace in an unfriendly universe again. That's what we want to cancel out. These people, she says at last, with a visionary look in her eye, they come from a planet which went isolationist and abandoned space travel. Now they've built up their civilization to a point where they can build ships of their own again, and the ones on Gilgamesh have cut loose from the ideas of their ancestors that led to the going so far afield. Well, how far afield? No one will ever know. Don't interrupt. Anyway, they set out to rejoin the rest of the human race, just like the people on Gilgamesh really did. In fact, a lot of this is the truth, only kind of backwards. They were looking for the cradle of the race, that's what. And then there was some sort of disaster that threw them off course, landed on an uninhabited section of a planet, couldn't understand their signals, and when Incognito finally does to spaceflight again, I bet the first thing the people do is try and follow back to where Gilgamesh came from, make contact with him. It'll become a legend on Incognito. The lost people, the lost Kazoofalum. In other words, we switch these people off for a war, only to send them on a wild goose chase. At which point, a strange voice chimes in. Son, you got it all wrong. Mr. Yardo is with us like a well-meaning skeleton. During the next 25 minutes, we learn a lot about Mr. Yardo, including material for a good guess at how he came to be picked for this expedition. Doubtless, there are many experts on reversal of vacuum-induced changes in organic tissues, but maybe only one of them a romantic at heart. Mr. Yardo thinks that chasing the wild goose will do the incognitans all the good in the galaxy, take their minds off controversies over interhemispherical trade, put them on the quest to the unobtainable. They'll get to know something of the universe outside their own little speck. Mr. Yardo's seen a good deal of the universe in the course of advising on how to recondition space-packed meat, and he found it an uplifting experience. We gather he finds this desperate bit of damn foolery we're on now pretty uplifting altogether. Cray keeps surprisingly quiet, but as well that the rest of the party start to trickle in. About 20 minutes later, first arrivals remarking, "Oh, that's where you've gotten to." Presently, we're all congregated at one end of the table as before, except that Mr. Yardo is now sitting between B and me. And when McClare and the Colonel come in, he firmly says where he's evidently considering himself one of us now.
"The proposition," says McClare, "is that we intend to take Gilgamesh to Incognita, land her there in such a way as to suggest that she crashed. In the absence of evidence to the contrary, the Incognitans are bound to assume that that was her intended destination. The presence of weapons, even disarmed, will suggest her mission was aggressive. Firstly, can anyone suggest a better course of action, or does anyone object to this one?"
We all look at Lenny, who sticks his hands in his pockets and mutters, "No." Kirsty gives her little cough and says there is a point which has not been mentioned. If a heavily armed ship crashes on Incognita, will not the government of the hemisphere in which it crashes be presented with new ideas for offensive weapons? Won't this make it more likely to start aggression? Won't the fear of this make the other hemisphere more likely to try and get in first before the new weapons are complete? Well, hell, I ought to have thought of that. From the glance of the unwilling respect which the colonel bestows on LeClaire, it's plain that these points have been dealt with. The weapons on Gilgamesh were disarmed when she was rediscovered. The central sections were removed. The incognitans won't be able to reconstruct how they worked. Another fact for which we will have to provide an explanation. How about this? The early explorers sent out by these people in Gilgamesh, don't use Cray's word, call them the lost Kazoofalum anyway. Their ships were armed, but they never found any enemies, and the idealists of B's story refused to carry arms anymore. Which is about what happened when the Terrys set out to rediscover the colonies anyway. So the lost Kazoofalum couldn't get rid of their weapons completely. It meant rebuilding the ship, so they just partially dismantled them. Mr. Yardo suddenly chips in. About that other point, Girly. Surely there must be some neutral ground left on a half-occupied planet like that. He beams around, pleased at being able to contribute. The thing is, B says, and suddenly stops, so we wait. We've all about given up hope when she resumes. The thing is, it will have to be neutral ground, of course, only that might easily become a thingamy. I mean, a cast a spell in itself. So the other thing is, it ought to be in a place which is very hard to get at, so difficult that neither side can really get to it first. They'll have to reach an agreement and cooperate. Yeah, that sounds fine, says Dilly, but what sort of place is that? I'm sorting out in my head the relative merits of mountains, deserts, gorges, etc. When I'm seized with an inspiration at the same time as half the group, we say the same thing in different words, and for a time there is in babble. Then the idea emerges. Drop her into the sea. Colonel nods resignedly. Yes, that's what we're going to do. He presses a button, and our projection screens light up. First with a map of one pole of Incognita, expanding in scale, till finally we're looking down on a little bit of coast on one of the polar islands. A glacier descends onto it from mountains inland, and there is a bay between cliffs. Then we get a stereo scene of approximately the least hospitable bit of scenery I've ever seen, except maybe when Parvati Laldut's brother made me climb up what he swore was the smallest peak in the Himalayas. It's a small bay backed by tumbled cliffs. A shelving beach can be deduced from contour, and occasionally boulders big enough to stick through the snow that smothers it all. A sort of mess of rocks and mud at the back may be glacial moraine. Over the sea, the ice is split in all directions by jagged rifts and channels. The whole thing's a bit like Antarctica, but nothing's high enough or white enough to uplift the spirit. It looks not only chilly, but kind of mean. This place, says the colonel, is the only one about which we have any topographical information that seems to meet the requirements. Got to know about it through an elementary planetography. One of the observers had the sense to see we might need something of the sort. This place, the stereo jiggles as he taps his projector. Seems it's in the center of a rising movement in the crust. It's not to the point. Neither side has bothered to claim the land at the poles. I see their point, but it's all like this. And a ship trying to land on those cliffs might very well pitch over into the sea. That is, if she was trying to land on emergency rockets. Rockets that brings home the ancientness of the ship Gilgamesh. But after all, the ships that settled Incognita probably carried emergency rockets too. This settled, the meeting turns into a briefing session and merges imperceptibly with the beginning of the job. The job, of course, is faking the background of the crash, working out the past history, present aims of the lost Kazoofalum. We have to invent a planet. What's more difficult, convey all that essential information about it by sort of sideways hints you gather among people's personal possessions, diaries, letters, etc. What's even more difficult, we have to leave out anything that could lead to a definite identification of one unknown world with any known ones. We never gave that world a name. Might be dangerous. Who speaks of their world by name except to strangers? They call it home, or Earth, often as not.
Some things have been decided for us. Language, for instance, one of 2,000 or so Earth tongues that went out of use late enough to be plausible as the main language of a colonized planet. Settlers on Incognito were not of the sort to take along dictionaries of lesser known tongues, so the computers at Russet had a fairly wide choice. We had to take a hypno course in that language. Ditto the script, one of several forgotten phonetic shorthands, designed to enable the tongues of aliens to be written down, but, well, we never met the aliens. It's plausible enough that some colony might have kept the script alive. After all, Thacia uses something of the sort this day. I assume it explicitly describes a phonetic shorthand, so it's just you're writing phonemes in shorthand, much like the diary from Dracula earlier. I was like, wait, phonetic shorthand? Are they writing in IPA? No, they're literally writing in like Baker Miller shorthand or something. Anyway, the final result of our work looks pretty small. 23 personal background sets, a few letters, diary, and some, an assortment of artifacts. Whoever stocked the ship we are supplied, whoever stocked the ship we're on, supplied wood of half-dozen kinds that have been taken wherever men's gone. Stocks of a few plastics known at the Exodus, uh, easily developed from those known and not associated with any particular planet. Also books on design, form writer for translating drawings into materials, and so on. Someone put in a lot of work before the voyage began. Most of the time, it's like being back on Russet doing a group project. What we're working on has no more and no less reality than that. Our work's all read into a computer, checked against everybody else's. At first we keep clashing, but gradually a consistent picture builds up, gets translated, finally, into the personal background kits. The lost Kazoofalum starts to exist like people in a history book do. 15 days hard work, and we've just about finished. Then we reach, call it Planet Gilgamesh. I wake in my bunk to hear that there will be a brief cessation of wait. Strap down, please. We're coming off mast time to go on planetary drive. Colonel Delano Smith is in charge of the operations on the planet, with Ram and Peter to assist. None of the rest of us see the melting out of 50 years accumulation of the ice, the pumping away of the water, the fitting and testing of the holds for grappling beams. We stay inside the ship, on 5/8 G, which we don't have time to get used to, and try to work, and discard the results before the computer can do so. There's hardly any work left to do anyhow. It takes nearly 12 hours to get to the ship, or to get the ship free and caulked and ready to lift. Her hull has to be patched because of Mr. Yardo's operations, which make use of several sorts of vapors. Then there's a queer blind period with up now one way, now another, sudden jerks and tugs that upset everything, not in gimbals or tied down, interspersed with periods where weightlessness supervenes with no warning at all. After an hour or two of this, it'd be hard to say whether mental or physical discomfort's more acute. B consultant, however, says in my autonomic system, it must be quite something. After 5 minutes, her thoughts were with her viscera entirely. Then suddenly, we're back on mass time again, with 2 days to go. While there's a break here, I love the image of like that kind of acceptance that the direction and relative force of gravity is going to change a lot in space. And so normally it's expected that you are like, okay, we're decelerating, everybody hold on to something. Or, or like, okay, we're accelerating, everybody strap in. Gravity is going to be much stronger in a direction you might not expect, kind of thing. And so, like, these unified, expected gravity changes, relatively speaking, are a lot easier to manage than just suddenly, rather than trying to gyroscopically balance an entire inside of a ship while the outside of the ship tilts and tumbles in space. I think that's a very interesting story building detail that doesn't quite get addressed very often anymore. Most of the time it's just assumed that there's some kind of like graviton metal or something that makes gravity always down in the ship or gives gravity an expected direction or something, or maybe they have like magnet boots or something. I don't know. Anyway, I digress. At first, being on mass time makes everything seem normal again. By sleep time, there's a strain, and
Next day, it's everywhere. I know as well as any that on mast time, the greater the mass, faster the shift. And all the same, I can't help feeling we're being slowed, dragged back by the dead ship, coupled to our live one. When you stand by the hull, Gilgamesh is only 10 feet away. I should have kept something to work on like Bea and Kirsty, who haven't done their letters for home in case of accidents. Mine's signed and sealed long ago. Making a good start on a neurosis when Delano Smith announces a meeting for 1 hour ahead. Hurrah! Now there's a time mark fixed. I think all sorts of things I should have done before. For instance, taking a look at controls of the hoppers. I've been in one of them half an hour and figured out most of the dials. Up, down, and sideways are controlled much like in a helicar, but here a big view screen's been hooked to the autopilot. When across the hold, I can see the airlock start to move, and Gilgamesh is on the other side. It takes forever to open. When at last it swings wide on the dark tunnel, what comes through is a storage rack, empty, floating on an anti-grav. What follows is a figure in a spacesuit. A modern type, but the windows of the hopper are semi-polarized. I can't make out the face inside the bubble top. He slings the rack upon the bulkhead, takes off the helmet, and hangs that up too. Then he just stands. I'm beginning to muster enough sense to wonder why when he comes slowly across the hold. Reaching the doorway, he says,
Oh, it's you, Lizzie. You'll have to help me out of this. I'm stuck.
Claire. The outside of the suit is still freezing cold. Maybe this is what's jammed the fastening. After a few minutes tugging it, it suddenly gives away. Claire climbs out of the suit, leaving it standing, and says,
Help me count these, will you?
These are a series of transparent containers from a pouch slung at one side of the suit. I recognize them as the envelopes in which we put what are referred to as personal background sets. No. Rather, there ought to be 23. No. 22. We're saving one of them. What on earth is the use of an extra set of fake documents and oddments? He seems to wake up suddenly and says, What are you doing here, Lizzie? I explain, and he wanders over to the hopper and starts to explain the controls. There's something odd about this. McClare is obviously dead tired, but kind of relaxed. Seeing that the hour of danger is only 36 hours off, I don't understand it. Probably several of his students are going to have to risk their lives. On the point of seeing something important when the speaker announces in the colonel's voice that Professor McClare and Miss Lee will report to the conference room at once. Claire looks at me and grins. Come along, Lizzie. Here is where we take orders for once, you and I. It's the colonel's hour. I suppose that having to work with undergraduates is something he never could quite forget. From the way he looks at us, we might almost be Space Force personnel. Low grade, of course, but respectable. Everything at last is worked out, and he has it on paper in front of him. He puts the paper four square on the table, gazes into the middle distance, and proceeds to recite. 1. This ship will go off mast time at 2nd August at 11:27 hours ship's time, 36 hours from now. At a point 1,000 miles vertically above coordinates 165 Oscar Echo 732 Oscar. Oh god, I don't remember S. No. Well, it would have been east anyway. 165 Oscar east 7320 south on planet Incognita approximately 1 hour before midnight local time. Going on planetary drive as close as that will indicate something is badly wrong to begin with. 2. This ship will descend coupled to Gilgamesh as at present to a point 70 miles above the planetary surface. It will then uncouple, discharge one hopper, and go back on mast time. Estimated time for this stage of descent is 40 minutes. 3. The hopper will then descend on its own engines at the maximum speed allowed by the heat disposal system. Estimated 37 minutes. Gilgamesh will complete descent in 33 minutes. Engines of Gilgamesh will not be used except for the heat disposal and gyro auxiliaries. Yeah, it feels weird that... Am I misreading that? No, it's clearly an O here, but 0 here. Very strange. I agree with you. Where was I? Heat disposal, that's where we were.
The following installations have been made to allow for the control of the descent: a ring of 8 rockets in pentathlete amounts around the tail, and one outsize anti-grav unit inside the nose. Sympathizer controls hooked up with a Visi screen and computer have also been installed in the nose. 4. Gilgamesh will carry 1 man only. The hopper will carry a crew of 3. The pilot of Gilgamesh will establish the ship on the edge of a cliff, supported on anti-grav, a foot or so above the ground, leading toward the sea at an angle of approximately 20 degrees with the vertical. Except for this, landing will be automatic. 5. The colonel's voice by this point has lulled us into passive acceptance. Now we're jerked into sharper attention by the faintest possible check in it. The greatest danger attaching to the expedition is that the incognitants may discover that the crash has been faked. This would be inevitable if they were to capture A. the hopper, B. any of the new installations in the Gilgamesh, especially the anti-grav, or C. any member of the crew. The function of the hopper is to pick up the pilot of Gilgamesh and also to check that the ground appearances are consistent. If not, they will produce a landslip on the cliff edge using power tools and explosives carried for this express purpose. This is why the hopper has a crew of 3, but the chance of their having to do this is slight. So I should think ground appearances are supposed to show that Gilgamesh landed using emergency rockets, topple over the cliff. This will be exactly what happened. The pilot will carry a 1-frequency, low-power transmitter, activated by the change in magnetic field on leaving the ship. The hopper will remain at 500 feet until that signal is received. It will then pick up the pilot, check ground appearances, and rendezvous with the ship at 200 miles up at 1827 hours. The ship and hopper, both being radar absorbent, won't register on on alarm systems. They should be by keeping to planetary nighttime, they should be safe from being seen. Danger B will be dealt with as follows. The rocket mounts, being of pentathlete, will be destroyed by half an hour's immersion in the water. The installations in the nose will be destroyed with andite. Andite produces complete molecular disruption in a very short range, hardly any damage outside of it. The effect will be as though the nose broke off on impact. I suppose the incognitants will waste a lot of time looking for it on the bed of the sea. 4 10-centimeter cartridges will be inserted within the nose installations. The fuse will have 2 alternative settings. The first will be timed to act at 12:50 hours, 7 minutes after the estimated time of landing. It will not be possible to deactivate it before 12:45 hours. This takes care of the possibility of the pilots becoming incapacitated during the descent. Having switched off the first fuse, the pilot will get the ship into position, then activate a second, timed below in 10 minutes. He will then leave the ship. When the anti-grav is destroyed, the ship will, of course, fall into the sea. 6. The pilot of the Gilgamesh will wear a spacesuit of the pattern used by the original crew and will carry personal background set number 23. Should he fail to escape from the ship, the crew of the hopper will on no account attempt to rescue him. The colonel takes up the paper, folds it in half, and puts it down 1 inch further away. The hopper's crew will give the whole game away should one of them fall into an incognitant hands, live or dead. Therefore, don't take any risks of it. He lifts his gaze ceilingwards. I'm asking for 3 volunteers. Silence. Manning the hopper's definitely second best. Then light suddenly bursts in on me, and I lift my hand and hack B on the ankle. I volunteer. B gives me a most dubious glance, then lifts her hand too. Gray, on the other side of the table, is slowly opening his mouth, and there's an outburst of waving on the far side of B. Me too, Colonel. I volunteer. Oh, wait, no, it's Yardo. Me too, Colonel. I volunteer. Mr. Yardo proceeds to explain that his special job's over and done. He can easily be spared than anybody. He may be too old to take charge of Gilgamesh, but he'll back himself as a hopper pilot against anybody. The colonel cuts this short by accepting all 3 and unfolds his paper again. Piloting Gilgamesh. I'm not asking for volunteers now. You'll go to your cabins in 4 hours' time, and those who want to will volunteer secretly to a computer hookup. Computer will select on a random basis and notify the one chosen. Give him his final instructions too. No one need know who it was till it's all over. He can tell anyone he likes, of course. A slight note of triumph creeps into the next remark. One point. Only men need volunteer. An instant outcry from Kirsty and Dilly. He turns to me with a look of awe. Nothing to do with prejudice. Just facts. Crew of the Gilgamesh were all men. Can't risk one solitary woman being found on board. Besides, spacesuits, personal background sets, all designed for men. Kirsty and Dilly turn on me, looks designed to shrivel, and B whispers, Lizzie, I'm whatever you are. The session dissolves. We three get an intensive session course of instruction on our duties and are ordered off to sleep. After breakfast next morning, I run into Cray, who says, before I continue about what is evidently pressing business, would I care to kick him hard? Oh, not right now, I reply. What for, anyway? Miss Lee, says Cray, dragging it out longer than ever. Oh, excuse me. Although I have long realized your brain functions in a way much superior to logic, I had not sense enough yesterday to follow my own instinct. Do what you did as soon as you did it. Therefore, the desiccated meat handler got in first. So you weren't picked for a pilot? Only one chance in 10. Oh, did you really think so? He gives me a long look and goes away. I suppose he noticed that when the colonel came out with his remarks about no women in Gilgamesh, I was surprised as any. Presently, the three of us are issued with protective clothing. We might just have to venture out onto the planet's surface, therefore we get white one-piece suits to protect against cold, heat, moisture, desiccation, radioactivity, mosquitoes. They're all very becoming, really. B and I drag out dressing for 30 minutes, and we just sit while time crawls asymptotically toward the hour. And then the speaker calls us to go. We're out of the cabin before it says 2 words and racing for the hold, so that we're just in time to see a figure out of a historical movie. Padded, jointed, tin bowl for a head, blank reflecting glass where the face should be, stepping through the airlock. The Colonel and Mr. Yardo are there already. Colonel packs us into the hopper and personally closes the door. For once I know what he's thinking. He is wishing he were not the only pilot in this ship who could possibly rely on bringing the ship off and on of mass time at one particularly defined point of space. Then he leaves us, half an hour to go. The light in the hold begins to alter. Instead of being softly diffused, separates into some sharp-edged beams, reflecting and crisscrossing, but leaving cones of shadow between. The air is being pumped into store. 15 minutes. Hull vibrates, and a hatch slides open on the floor so that the black of space looks through, and it closes once again. Mr. Yardo lifts the hopper gently off of its mounts and lets it back again. Testing. 5 minutes to go. I'm hypnotized by my chronometer. The hands are still crawling through glue. I'm staring at it when, at the exact second, we go off mass time. No wait, so I hook my heels under the seat and persuade my esophagus back into place. The new period of waiting has begun. Every so often comes the impression that we're falling head first, Colonel using the ship's drive to decelerate the whole system. Then more free fall. The hopper drifts very slowly out into the hold and hovers over the hatch. The lights go. There's only the glow from the visa screen and the instrument board. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. The hatch slides open again, and I take a deep breath. I'm still holding it when the Colonel's voice comes over the speaker. Calling Gilgamesh, calling the hopper. Goodbye and good luck. You're on your own. The ship is gone. Yet another stretch of time has been marked off for us. 37 minutes, the least time allowable if we are not to get overheated by friction with the air. Mr. Yardo's a good pilot. He's concentrated wholly on the visa screen and the thermometer. B and I are free to look around. I see nothing and say so. I did not know or have forgotten that Incognita has many small satellites. From here there are 4 in sight. I'm still looking at them when B seizes my arm painfully and points below us. So I see nothing and say so again. B whispers that it was there a moment ago. It's pretty cloudy down there. Yes, Lizzie, there it is, look! And I see it, over to the left, very faint and far below, a pinprick of light. Light in the polar wastes of a sparsely inhabited planet. Since we're still 5 miles up, it's a very powerful light, too. No doubt about it, as we descend farther, about 50 miles from our objective, there are men. Quite a lot of them. I think it is just then that I really understand, the hazard of what we're doing. This is not an exercise. This is in dead earnest. If we've missed an essential factor or calculated something wrong, the result will not be a bad mark or a failed exam or even our personal deaths, but incalculable harm and misery to millions of people we've never even heard of. Dead earnest. How in space we ever have enough cheek for this? The lights might be the essential factor we missed, but there's nothing we can do about them now. Mr. Yardo suddenly chuckles and points to the screen. There you are, girlie. He's down. There, grayly dim, is the map the Colonel showed us, and right on the faint line of the cliff edge is a small, brilliant dot. The map is expanding rapidly, great lengths of coastline shooting out of sight at the edge of the screen. Mr. Yardo has the crosshairs centered on the dot, which is Gilgamesh. The dot's changing shape. It's turning into a short ellipse, a longer one. The gyros are leaning her out over the sea. I look at my chronometer. 12:50 hours exactly. B looks too and grips my hand. 30 seconds later, the andite has not blown. First fuse safety was turned off. Surely she's leaning far enough out by now. We're hovering at the 500 feet. I can actually see the white edge of the sea beating at the cliff. Mr. Yardo keeps making small corrections. There's a wind out here trying to blow us away. It's cloudy here. I can see neither moon or a star. Mr. Yardo checks the radio. Nothing yet. I stare downwards and fancy I can see a metallic gleam. Then there's a wordless shout from Mr. Yardo. A bright dot hurtles across the screen. At the same time, I see a streak of blue flame tearing diagonally downwards 100 feet away. The hopper shudders to a flat concussion in the air, and we're all thrown off balance. When I claw my way back to the screen, the moving dot is gone. So is Gilgamesh. B says numbly, "It wasn't a meteor. Couldn't have been. Doesn't matter what it was. It was some sort of missile. Must be even nearer to war than we thought." We wait. What for, I don't know. Another missile, perhaps. No more come. At last Mr. Yardo stirs, and his voice sounds creaky. Yes. He clears his throat and tries again. I guess we have to go back up. Lizzie, who was, do you know? Of course I do. Do you think McClare was going to risk one of us on that job? The volunteering was a fake. He went himself. Just guessing. Maybe. But I happened to see right through that faceplate of his. It was the professor, all right. He has his hand on the controls when my brain starts working again. I utter a strangled noise and dive for the hatch into the cargo hold. B tries to grab me, but I get it open, switch on the light. 50-50 chance. I've lost. No, this is the one where we came in, and the people who put in the new cargo did not clear out my fish boat, just clamped it neatly to the wall. I dive in and start to pass up the package. B shakes her head. No, Lizzie, we can't. Don't you remember? If we get caught, it gives everything away. Besides, there isn't any chance. You take a look at the screen, I tell her. A sharp exclamation from Mr. Yardo. B turns to look, then takes the package and helps me back. Mr. Yardo maneuvers out over the sea till the thing is in the middle of the screen, then drops to 100 feet. It's sticking out of the water at a fantastic angle, and the waves are hardly moving it. It's a nose of a ship. Yeah, the anti-grav. The andite hasn't blown yet. 10 minutes, says Yardo thoughtfully. He turns to me with sudden briskness. What's that, Lizzie girl? Fish boat? Good, we may need it. Let's have a look. Oh, it's mine. Now look. Tailor-made. You might get into it, though I doubt it. Couldn't work the controls. Takes him 15 seconds to realize there's no way around it. He's 6'3", I'm 5'1". Even B would find it hard. His face finally goes grayish, and he stares at me helplessly before nodding. All right, Lizzie, I guess we have to try it. Certainly can't be much worse than they are. We'll go over to the beach there. On the beach, there's wind and spray and breakers, but nothing unmanageable. The cliffs on either side keep off the worst of the force. It's queer to feel moving air after 18 days in a ship. It takes 6 minutes to unpack and expand the boat, and by that time, it's 10 minutes since the missile hit, and the andite hasn't blown. I crawl into the boat. In my protective clothing, it's a fairly tight fit.
We agree that I'll return to this same point and they'll start looking for me in 50 minutes' time. They'll give up if I haven't returned in 2 hours. I take 2 andite cartridges to deal with all the eventualities and snap the nose of the boat into place. At first, I'm very conscious of the 2 little white cigars in the pouch of my suit, but presently I have other things to think about. I use the limbs to crawl the last few yards of shingle into the water and on across the sea bottom till I'm beyond the line of the breakers. Then I turn on the motor. I've already set the controls to home on the Gilgamesh, and the radar will steer me off any obstructions. This journey in the dark is as safe as my trip around the reefs before all this started, though it doesn't really feel that way. It takes 12 minutes to reach Gilgamesh, or rather the fragment the anti-grav is supporting. It's about a half-mile from the beach. The radar stops me 6 feet from her, and I switch it off and turn to manual an inch closer in. Lights, a very small, close beam. The missile struck her about 1/3 of her length behind the nose. I know because I can see the whole of that length. It's hanging just above the water, sloping at about 30 degrees to the horizontal. The ragged edge where it was torn from the rest is just dipping into the sea. If anyone sees this, I don't know what they'll make of it, but no one could possibly think an ordinary spaceship suffered an ordinary crash, and very little investigation would show up the truth. I reach up with the forward set of limbs and grapple onto the brake. I now have to somehow get the hind set of limbs up without losing my grip. I can't. It takes several minutes to realize I can just open the nose and crawl out. Immediately, a wave hits me in the face and does its best to drag me into the sea. However, the interior of the ship is relatively sheltered. Presently, I'm inside and dragging the boat up out of reach. I need light. Presently, I manage to detach one of the 2 of the boat. I turn it down to minimum close beam and hang it around my neck. Then I start up the black, jag-edged tunnel of the ship. I have to get to the nose, find the fuse, change the setting to 20 minutes, maximum possible, and get out before it blows. Out of the water, I mean. The fishboat's not constructed to take explosions, even a half-mile away. But the first thing is to find the fuse. Can't make out how Gilgamesh is lying, therefore can't find the door through this bulkhead. Everything's seized and twisted. In the end, I find a gap through the bulkhead itself and the hull and squeeze through that. In the next compartment, things are more recognizable, and I eventually find the door. Fortunately, ships are designed so that you can get through doors even when they're in the ceiling. Actually, here I have to catch up an overhang, but the surface is provided with rungs that make it not too bad. Finally, I reach the door. I shall have to use anti-grav to get down. Why didn't I just turn it on and jump? Forgot I had it. The door was a little way open when the missile struck. It buckled in its grooves and jammed fast. I can get an arm through, no more. Switch on the anti-grav and hang there, directing the light round the compartment. No rents anywhere, just buckling. This compartment is divided by a partition and the door that's open. There will be another door into the nose on the other side. Bring back my feet ready to kick off on a dive through that doorway when behind me, something stirs. My muscles go into a spasm like the one that causes a falling dream. My hold tears loose and I go tumbling through the air, rebound from a wall, twist, and manage to hook one foot in the frame of the door I was aiming for. I pull myself down and turn off the anti-grav, and then I just shake for a bit. The sound was... This is stupid. With everything torn to pieces in the ship, there's no wonder if bits shake loose and drop around, but it wasn't a metallic noise. It was a kind of soft dragging. Very soft. I ended in a little thump, like a loose piece of plastic dislodged from its angle of rest and slithering down. Pull yourself together, Lizzie Lee. I look through the door into the other half of this level. Shambles. Smashed machinery every which way, blocking the door, blocking everything. No way through it all. Suddenly, I remember the tools. Mr. Yardo loaded the fishboat with all it would take. I crawl back and return with a 15-inch expanding beam lever and overuse it. The jam-trap door does not slide right back into its grooves, but flips right out of them. Bent double, flies off in the dark and clangs its way to rest. I'm halfway through the opening when I hear the sound again. A soft slithering and a faint, defeated thump. I freeze where I am, and I hear the sigh. A long, long, weary sound. It's almost musical. An air leak, somewhere in the hull, and wind on waves altering the air pressure below. All the same, I don't seem able to come any farther through this door. Light might help. I turn the beam up and play it cautiously around. This is the last compartment right here in the nose. Sawn off cone shape. No breaks here, though the hull is buckled to my left, and the floor, partition, horizontal when the ship's in motion, holds my trapdoor. Well, that's torn up. Some large, heavy object was welded to a thin surface, akin to which is ripped away, leaving jagged edges and a pattern of girders below. There's no dust here. It's all been sucked out when the ship was opened to space. Nothing to show the beam except the sliding yellow ellipse where it touches the wall. It glides and turns, spiraling down, deformed every so often where it crosses a projection or a dent, till it halts suddenly on a spoked disc 4 feet across and standing nearly 18 inches out from the wall. The antigrav. I never saw one this size. It's like the little personal affairs as a giant is like a pygmy. Not only bigger, but a bit different in proportion. I can see an andite cartridge fastened among the spokes. The fuse is a sympathizer, but it's probably somewhere close. The ellipse moves again. There's no feeling that I control it. It's hunting on its own. To and fro around the giant wheel lower. It lights on a small flat box, also bolted to the wall a little way below. This is it. I can see the dial. The ellipse stands still, surrounding the fuse. There's something at the very edge of it. When Gilgamesh was right way up, the antigrav was bolted to one wall, about 3 feet above the floor. Now, the lowest point is the place where the wall joins what used to be the floor. Something's fallen down to that point. It's huddled there in the dark. The beam jerks suddenly up, and the breath whoops out of me, a round thing sticking out of the wall. Then I realize it's an archaic space helmet, clamped to the wall for safety when the wearer took it off. I take charge of the ellipse of light and move it slowly down past the fuse to the thing below, a little dark scalloping of the edge of the light. Tips of a finger? A hand. I turn up the light. When the missile struck, the big computer was wrenched loose from the floor. It careened down as the floor tilted, taking with it anything that stood in its way. McClare was just stooping to the fuse, I think. The computer smashed against its legs and pinned him down in the angle between the wall and the floor. His legs are hidden by it. Because of the spacesuit, he doesn't look to have been crushed. The thick, clumsy joints have kept their roundness so far as they're visible. Only his hands and head are bare and vulnerable looking. I'm halfway down, floating on minimum gravity, before it really occurs to me that he might still be alive. I switch to half and drop beside him. His face is colorless, but he is breathing all right. First aid kit, I'll never make fun of Space Force thoroughness again. Rows and rows of small plastic ampules, needles. A painkiller first. Read the directions twice, sweating. Emergencies only, this is. 1 dose only to be given. If the patient is not in good health, use something else. Never mind that. I fit on the longest needle and jab it through the suit at the back of the thigh, as far toward the knee joint as I can get, because the suit's thinner. Half one side, half the other. Now to get the computer off. At a guess, it weighs 500 pounds. The beam lever would do, but it would probably fall back. Antigrav. Personal size is supposed to take up 3 times the weight of the average man, after all. I take mine off and buckle the straps through a convenient gap. I have my hands under the thing when McClare sighs again. He's lying on his belly, but his head is turned to one side toward me. Slowly his eyelids open. He catches the side of my hand. His head moves a little and he says, "Razzy, golden Liz." I say, "Not to worry, we'll be out of here soon." His body jumps convulsively and he cries out. His hand touches my sleeve and feels. He says, "Liz, oh God, I thought... what?" I say things are under control and just keep quiet a bit. His eyes close, and after a moment he whispers, "There's something hit the ship." Homing missile, I think. I ought not to have said that, but it seems to make no particular impression. Maybe he guessed as much. I was wrong in wanting to shift the computer straight away. The release of the pressure might start a hemorrhage. I dig out the ampules of blood seal and inject them into the space between the suit and the flesh, as close to the damage as I can.
McClare asks how the ship is lying, and I explain, also how I got there. I dig out the 6 by 2 inch packet of expanding stretcher and read the directions. He's quiet for a minute or two, gathering strength, and then he says sharply, Lizzie, stop that and listen. Fuse for the andites just under the anti-grav. Go and find it. Go now. There's a dial with 20 divisions marked in black. You see it. Turn the pointer to the last division. Is that done? Now you see the switch under the pointer? Is your boat ready? Beg your pardon. Of course you left it that way. And then turn the switch and get out. Between the suit and the flesh is not something I would want to say. This is written in a very particular dialect. Like, it's very, very blatantly 60s analog to me. It's just got that kind of way about it. Anyway, I come back and see by my chrono that the blood seal should be set. I get my hands under the computer, and McClare bangs his hand on the floor. Lizzie, you little idiot. Don't you realize even if you get me out of the ship, which is next to impossible, you'll be delayed all the way? If the incognitans find either of us, the whole plan's ruined. Much worse than ruined once they see it's a hoax. I tell them I have 2 andite sticks. They won't find us. On a night like this, any story of explosions will be put down to sudden gusts or lightning. He's silent for a moment while I start lifting the computer carefully. Its effective weight with the anti-grav on is only about 20 pounds, but it still has all its inertia. Then he says quietly, Lizzie, can't you understand? The worst nightmare in the whole affair has been the fear that one of you might get injured or even killed. When I realized that only one person was needed to pilot Gilgamesh, it was the greatest relief I'd ever experienced. You say, his voice picks up suddenly. Lizzie, you're beaten anyway. I'm losing all feeling, even pain. Can't feel anything beyond my shoulders. It's creeping up. I say that means the painkiller I shot him with is acting as advertised. He makes a sound as much like an explosive chuckle as anything. Then it's quiet once more. The curvature between floor and wall is not helpful. I'm trying to find a place to wedge the computer so it cannot fall back when I take off the anti-grav. Presently, I get it pushed onto a sort of ledge formed by a dent in the floor, which I think will hold it. I ease off the anti-grav and the computer stays put. I don't like the looks of it, so let's get out of here. I push the package stretcher under his middle and pull the tape before I turn the light on to his legs to see the damage. I can't make out very much. The joints of the suit are smashed some, but as far as I can see, the inner lining's not broken. It means it's still air and watertight. I put a hand under his chest to feel how the stretcher's going. It's now expanded to 18 inches by 6, and I can feel it pushing out. But that's slow. What else have I got to do? Oh, yes, get the helmet. I'm standing up to reach for it when McClare says, What are you doing? Yes, well, don't put it on for a minute. There's something I'd like to tell you. With all respect for your obstinacy, I doubt very much whether I'll have another chance. Keep that light off me, will you? Hurts my eyes. Library thinking very much the same thing right now. He's like, turn the lights off, Dad. It's bright in here. I'll clean my face for now. Anyway, you know, Lizzie, I dislike risking the lives of any of the students for whom I'm responsible, but as it happens, I find the idea of you blowing yourself to atoms particularly objectionable because I happen to be in love with you. You're also one of my best students. I used to think that was why I'd been so insistent on your coming to Russet, but I rather think my motives were mixed even then. Meant to tell you this after you graduated, to ask you how to marry me, but not that I thought you would. I know quite well you never quite forgave me, but I don't want to have to remember I didn't have the guts to. He trails off, and I get a belated rush of sense to his head and turn the light on his face. His head is turned sideways, and his fist is clenched against the side of his neck. When I touch it, his hand falls open, and 5 discharged ampules fall out. Painkiller. Maximum dose 1 ampule. All that talk was just to hold my attention while he fixed the needles, and I left the kit spread out right next to him. I have some commentary on this after we're done reading, but we'll come back to that. I'm going to bookmark this page because I need to tell you guys my reaction to this. We'll come back to that. I had a very specific set of thoughts as I was reading that, and we'll come back to it. Anyway, While I'm taking this in, some small, cold corner of my mind is remembering the instructions that are on the painkiller ampule. It doesn't say outright that it is the last refuge for men in the extremity of pain and despair. Therefore, it does not say outright that they sometimes despair too soon, but it does tell you the name of the antidote. And there are only 3 ampules of this, and they also say one maximum dose 1 ampule. I try to work it out, but lacking all other information, the best I can do is inject 2 and keep 1 till later. Put that one in my pocket. The structure's all expanded now. Very thin but quite rigid grid, 6 feet by 2. I lash him on it without changing his position and fasten the helmet over his head. Anti-grav, the straps just go round him in the stretcher. I point the thing up towards the trapdoor and give it a gentle push, and I scramble up the rungs and get there just in time to guide it through. It takes a knock then, and some more while I'm getting it down to the next partition, but he can't feel it. This time I find the door, because the roar of the noise behind it acts as a guide. The sea is getting up and dashing halfway to the door as I crawl through. My boat's awash, pivoting to and fro on the grips of the front limbs. I grab it, release the limbs, and pull it as far back as the door. I maneuver the stretcher on top and realize there's nothing to fasten it with except the anti-grav. I get that undone, holding the stretcher in balance, and manage to put it under the stretcher and pass the straps between the bars of the grid, then round the little boat and buckle just the grips the last inch. It'll hold, though. I set the boat to face the broken end of the ship, but I daren't put it farther back from the doorway. I turn the anti-grav to half, fasten the limb grips, and rush back toward the nose of the ship. Silver knob under the dial. I turn it down, hear the thing begin a fast, steady ticking, and turn and run. 20 minutes. 1.5 to get back out to the boat. 4 to get inside it without overturning. Nearly 2 to get down to the sea. Balance is difficult. 1.5 to lower myself in. 30 seconds tossing before I sink below the wave layer. Then I turn the motor as high as I dare and head for the shore. In a minute I have to turn it down. At this speed, the radar is bothered by water currents and keeps steering me away from them as though they were rocks. Finally find the maximum safe speed, but it's achingly slow. What happens when you're in water when andite blows half a mile away? A moment's panic as I find the ship being forced up. Then I realize I've reached the point where the beach starts to shelve, turn off radar and motor, and start crawling. Eternal slow, reach out, grab, shove, haul, my heart in my mouth. Then suddenly the nose breaks water and I'm hauling myself out with a last wave doing its best to overbalance me. I'm halfway out of the boat when the andite blows behind me. There's a flat slapping sound, then an instant roar of wind as the air receives the binding energies of several tons of matter. Then a long wave comes pelting up the beach and snatches at the boat. I huddle into the shingle and hold the boat. I've just got the anti-grav turned off, otherwise I think it would have been carried away. There are 2 or 3 more big waves and a spatter of spray, then it's over. The outlet valve of the helmet's working, so McClare is still breathing, very deep and very slow. I unfasten the belt of the anti-grav, having turned it on again, and pull the belt through the buckle. No time to take it off and rearrange it. Anyway, it'll work as well under the stretcher as on top of it. I drag the boat down to the water, put in an andite cartridge with the longest fuse I have, set the controls to take it straight out to sea at a maximum depth the radar control will allow, 6 feet above the bottom, and push it off. The other andite cartridge starts burning a hole in my pocket. I'd have liked to put that in too, but I must keep it, just in case. Look at my chrono and see in 5 minutes the hopper will come. 5 minutes. I'm halfway back to the stretcher when I hear a noise further up the beach. Unmistakable. Shingle under a booted foot. I stand frozen in mid-stride. I turn the light out after launching the boat, but my eyes haven't recovered yet. It's murkily black. Even my white suit's the only faintest degree paler than my surroundings. Silence, or a couple of minutes. I stand still, but it can't have gone away. What happens when the hopper comes? They'll see whoever it is on the infrared vision screen. They won't come. Footsteps again. Several. Then the clouds part and one of those superfluous little moons shines straight through the gap. The bay is not like the stereo the Colonel showed. That was taken in winter. Now the snow's melted, leaving bare shingle and mud and a tumble of rocks, more desolate than the snow. 50 feet off is a man. You're kidding. Okay, I was paging through a bunch of empty pages there for those of you who couldn't see.
I thought that's where that ended. I would have lost my mind. What an ending. But no, there's more. He's huddled up in a mass of garments, but his head is bare, rising out of a hood which he's pushed back, maybe so as to listen better. He looks young, hardly older than me. He's holding a long, thin object which I never saw before, but it must be a weapon of some sort. This is the end of it. All the evidence of faking is destroyed except McClare and me. Even if I use the andite, he's seen me. That leaves McClare. I'm standing here on one foot like a dancer in a jammed movie, waiting for time to start again, for the world to end. Something, anything. Like the little figure in the dance instruction kit Dad got when I was 7, and he switched her off in the middle. Like a dancer, my weight shifts onto the forward foot. My arms swing up, forwards, back. I take one step, another, swing, turn, kick sideways, like the silly little dancer who could not get out of the plastic block, but I'm moving forward little by little, even if I have to make 3 steps roundabout for every one in advance. Arms up, turn round, leg up, straighten out, step. Called the dance a little robot. For about 3 months, Dad thought it was to no end cute, till he caught on that I was thinking so too. Just about the only dance you could do on a shingle, I guess. When this started, I thought I might be going crazy, but I had just not had time to work it out. In terms of psychology, it goes like this. To shoot off a weapon, a man needs a certain type of stimulus, like the sight of an enemy over the end of it. So if I do my best not to look like an enemy, he won't get that stimulus. Or to put it another way, most men will think twice before shooting a girl in the middle of a dance. If I should happen to get away with this, nobody will believe his story. Well, he won't believe it himself, even. As for the chance of getting away with it, i.e., getting close enough to grab the gun or hit him with a rock or something, I'd become a stimulus to shooting before I did that, but there are always the clouds. One will only come back over the moon again. I've covered half the distance. 20 feet from him, and he takes a quick step back. Turn, kick, out, step. I'm swinging around away from him. Let's hope he finds it reassuring. I dare not look up, but I think the light is dimming. Turn, kick, out, step, boxing the compass coming around again, and the cloud is coming over the moon out of the corner of my eye. I see it, darkness sweeping toward us. I see his face of sheer horror as he sees it too. He jumps back, swings up the weapon, and fires straight in my face. It's dark. So much for psychology. There's a clatter and other sounds. Well, quite a lot for psychology, maybe, because in 20 feet, he seems to have missed me. I pick myself up and touch something which is apparently his weapon, gun or whatever. I leave and hair back to the stretcher, next to fall over it, but stop just in time and switch on the anti-grav. Up, level it, now where to? The cliffs enclosing the bay are about 30 yards off to my left, and they offer the only cover. The shingle is relatively level. I make good time till I stumble against a rock and nearly lose the stretcher. I step up onto the rock and see the cliff is a blacker mass in the general darkness only a yard away. I edge the stretcher around it. It's almost snatched out of my hand by a gust of wind. I pull it back and realize that in the bay I've been sheltered. It's pretty near half a gale blowing across the face of the cliff. Voices and footsteps back among the rocks where the man came from. The clouds part again. They'll see me, sure as shooting. I take a hard grip on the stretcher and scramble round the edge of the cliff. After the first gust, the wind's not so bad. For the most part, it's trying to press me back into the cliff. Now, the trouble is, I can't see. I have to shuffle my foot forward, rubbing one shoulder against the cliff to feel where it is. I've got no hands free. After a few yards, I come to an impasse, something more than knee-high, a boulder or a ridge, I can't tell. I lay on the edge of the stretcher and tilt it up to get it over the obstacle. With the anti-grav full on, it keeps its momentum and goes on moving up. I try to check it, but the wind has gotten underneath. It's tugging to get away. I step blindly upwards in the effort to keep up with it. One foot goes on a narrow ledge, barely a toe hold. I'm being hauled upwards. I bring the other foot up and find the top of a boulder, just within reach. Now the first foot, now I'm on top of the boulder, but I've lost touch with the cliff and the full force of the wind's pulling the stretcher upward. I get one arm over it and fumble underneath for the control of the anti-grav. I gotta give it weight. Put it down on the boulder, wait for the wind to drop. Suddenly I realize my weight's going. Bending over the stretcher puts me in the field of the anti-grav.
A moment later, another gust comes and I'm rising into the air. Gripping the edge of the stretcher with one hand, I reach out the other, trying to grasp some projection on the face of the cliff. Not being able to see, I simply push farther away till it's out of reach. We're still rising. I pull myself up on the stretcher. There's just room for my toes on either side of McClare's legs. The wind roaring in my ears makes it difficult to think. Rods of light slash down at me from the edge of the cliff. For a moment, all I can do is duck. Then I realize we're still well below them, but rising every moment. The cliff face is about 6 feet away. The wind reflecting from it keeps us from being blown closer. I must get the anti-grav off. I let myself over the stride of the stretcher, hanging by one hand and fumbling for the controls. I can just reach, and I realize this is no use. Anti-grav controls are not meant to go off with the click of a finger. They might get switched off accidentally. To work the switch and the safety, you must have two hands, or one hand in the optimum position. My position is about as bad as it could be. I can stroke the switch with one finger, and no more. I haul myself back onto the stretcher and realize we're only about 6 feet under the beam of light. Only one thing left. I feel in my pocket for the andite. Stupidly, I'm also bending over the outlet valve of the helmet, trying to see whether McClare is still breathing or not. The little white cigar is not fused. I have to hold on with one hand. In the end, I manage to stick the andite between thumb and finger roots of that hand, while I use the other to find the fuse and stick it over the andite. The shortest time, 3 minutes. I think the valve is still moving. Then something drops around me. I'm hauled tight against the stretcher. We're pulled strongly downwards with the wind buffeting and snatching, banged against the edge of something, and pulled through silence into the dark. For a moment, I don't understand. Then I recognize the feel of fragile cargo still clamping me to the stretcher, and I open my mouth and scream. Clatter of feet, hatch opens, fragile cargo goes limp. I stagger to my feet, faint light through the hatch, Bee's head. I hold out the andite stick and she turns and shouts. The panel comes open in the wall so the wind comes roaring in. I push the stick through and the wind snatches it away. It's gone. After that, for a while, nothing, I suppose, though I have no recollection of losing consciousness. Only without any sense of break, I find I'm flat on my back on one of the seats in the cabin of the hopper. I sit up and say, "How?" B, who is sitting on the floor beside me, says that when the broadcaster was activated, of course they came at once. Only while they were waiting for the boat to reach land, whole squads of land cars arrived and started combing the area. Some came up on top of the cliff and shone their headlights out to sea, so Mr. Yardo had to lurk against the cliff face and wait till I got into a position where he could pick me up. It was frightfully clever of me to think of floating up on anti-grav. I forgot about the broadcaster. Forgot about the hopper, come to that. Seemed to be nothing in the world except me and the stretcher and the enemy. "Stretcher!" I say, "Is McClare—" At which moment Mr. Yardo turns to the controls with a wide smile of triumph and says, "1827, girls." And the world goes weightless and swings upside down. Then still, with no sense of any time lapse, I'm lying in the big lighted hold with the sound of trampling all around. It's somehow filtered and far off, and despite the lights, there seems to be a globe of darkness around my own head. I hear my own voice repeating, "McClare, that's McClare." A voice says distantly, without emphasis, "McClare? He's dead." Next time I come round, it's dark. I'm vaguely aware of having been unconscious for quite a while. There's a single thread of knowledge connecting this moment with the last one. McClare's dead. This is the central factor. I seem to have been debating it with myself for a very long time. I suppose the truth is that simply the universe never guarantees anything. Life, or permanence, or that your best will be good enough. The rule is that you have to pick yourself up and go on, and lying here in the dark is not doing it. I turn on my side and see a cluster of self-luminous objects, including a light switch. I reach for it. How did I get into a hospital? On second thought, it's a cabin in the ship, or rather, two of them with the partition torn out. I can still see the ragged edge of it. There's a lot of paraphernalia around. I climb out to have a look. Holy horrors, what happened? Someone borrowed my legs and put them back wrong. My eyes, they're not functioning well. The light's set at minimum. I'm still dazzled. I see a door and make for it to get explanations from somebody. Arrived, I miss my footing and stumble against the door. On the other side, someone says, "Hello, Lizzie. Awake at last?" I think my heart stops for a moment. Can't find the latch. I'm vaguely aware of beating something with my fists. And the door gives, sticks, and gives again. I stumble through and land on all fours from the other side of it. Someone's calling, "Lizzie, you hurt? What the devil have they all got to? Liz?" I sit up and say, They said you were dead." "Who did?" "Uh, Someone in the hold. I said, 'How's McClare?' and they said you were dead." McClare frowns and says gently, "Come over here and sit down quietly for a bit. You've been dreaming." "Have I? Maybe the whole thing was a dream, but if so, how far does it go? Going down in the heli, the missile, the boat, crawling through the black tunnel of the broken ship?" No, he's sitting in a sort of improvised chase lounge. His legs are evidently strapped in place under the blanket. He's fumbling with a fastener or something. "Hey, cut that out!" He straightens up irritably. "Don't you start that, Lysistrata. I have been suffering the attentions, the damnedest collection of amateur nurses who ever handled the thermocouple for over a week. I don't deny they've been very efficient, but when it comes to... Hang on, over a week? My dear Lizzie, we left Incognita 10 days ago. Amateur nursing again. They've got some unholy book of rules which says that for exposure, exhaustion, and shock, best therapy is sleep. I don't doubt it, but it goes on to say that in extreme cases, the patient has been known to benefit by as much as 2 weeks of it. I didn't find out that they were trying it on you till about 36 hours ago when I began inquiring why you weren't around. They kept me under for 3 days, until their infernal handbook says it was time for my leg muscles to have some exercise. Miss Lammergall was the ringleader. My legs feel as someone exchanged the muscles for cotton wool. Just wait till I get a hold of Kirsty. If it hadn't been for her, I shouldn't have spent 10... Or if it hadn't been for her, I shouldn't have spent 10 days remembering, even in my sleep, that... Hell's feathers, it was you! McClare makes motions as though to start getting out of his chair, looking seriously alarmed. I say, "It was your voice. When I asked..." McClare quite definitely starts to blush. Not much, but some. "Lizzie, I believe you're right. I have a sort of vague memory of someone asking how I was, and I gave what I took to be a truthful answer. Remember, it seemed quite inconceivable I could be alive. In fact, I still don't quite understand it. Neither Yardo nor Miss Layden could tell me. How did you get me out of that ship?" Well, I do my best to explain, glossing over one or two points. At the finish, he closes his eyes and says nothing for a while. "So, except for this one man who saw you, you left no traces at all?" "Well, not that I know of, but..." "You know that 5 minutes later there were at least 20 men in that bay, most of them scientists? They don't seem to have found anything suspicious. Visibility was bad, of course. Can't leave good footprints in shingle." "Hold on. What is all this?" "We've had 2 couriers while you're asleep. Yes, I know it's not ordinary possible for a ship on mast time to get news. One of these days, someone will have an interesting problem in cultural engineering, figuring out how to integrate some of these Space Force secrets into our economic and social structure without upsetting the whole of the known volume. Courier boats make their crews so infernally sick, I doubt whether the present type will ever come into present use. Besides, anyway, we've had transcripts of a good many broadcasts from Incognita, the last dated 4 years ago. As far as we can tell, they're interpreting Gilgamesh just as we meant them to. That missile, by the way, it was experimental, waiting to be test fired the next day. Man in charge saw Gilgamesh on the alarm screens and got a little trigger happy. The newscasters were divided as to whether he should be blamed or praised. They seem to feel he averted a menace, at least temporarily, but some of them think the invaders could have been captured alive. The first people on the scene came from a scientific camp. You and Miss Layden saw their lights on the way down. Remember how that area is geophysically interesting? Well, by extraordinary good luck, an international group was there studying it. They rushed straight off to the side of the landing. Actually saw the Gilgamesh. She registered on some of their astronomical instruments too. Must be a reckless lot. What's more, they started trying to locate her in the sea bottom the next day. Found both pieces, and are still trying to locate the nose. They were all set to try raising a smaller piece when their governments both announced, in some haste, they were sending a properly equipped expedition jointly. But no mention of any newscast of anyone seeing fairies or sea maidens. Expect the poor devil thinks you were a hallucination. So we bought it off. I'm very thankful in a distant sort of way, but right now the Incognitans have no more reality for me than that lost Kazoofalum. McClare came through alive. I could spend a good deal of time just getting used to that fact, but there's something I ought to say, and I don't know how. I inquire after his injuries and learn they're healing nicely. I look at him and he's frowning. Lizzie, just before my well-meant but ineffective attempt at ending my life, here it comes. I say quick, if he's worrying about all that nonsense he talked in order to distract my attention, forget it. I have. Silence, and then he says with some weariness in his voice, I talked nonsense, did I? I said there's no need to worry. Under the circumstances, anyone would have had a perfect right to be raving off his nut. I then find I cannot bear this conversation any longer, so I get up, saying I expect he's tired and I'll call someone. I get nearly to the door when, no, Lizzie, you can't let that crew loose on me just in order to change the conversation. Come back here. I appreciate your wish to spare my feelings, but it's wasted. We'll have this out here and now. I remember quite well what I said. And so do you. Said that I loved you. I also said that I intended to ask you to marry me as soon as you ceased to be one of my pupils. Well, results of finals were officially announced 3 days ago. Oh, I suppose I always knew what the answer would be, but I didn't want to spend the rest of my life wondering. I never had the guts to ask you. You don't dislike me as you used to. You've forgiven me for making you come to Russet, but you still think I'm a cold-blooded manipulator of other people's minds and emotions. So I am. It's part of the job. You're right to distrust me for that, though. It's the danger of this profession that we end up looking on everybody and everything as a subject for manipulation. Even in our personal lives, I always knew that. Didn't begin to be afraid of it until I realized I was in love with you. Could have made you love me, Lizzie. I could. I didn't try. Not that I didn't want love on those terms, or any terms, but to use professional tricks in private life always ends by destroying all reality. I always treated you exactly as I treated my other students, I think. Glad I could have made you think you loved me, even if I am twice your age. Sorry, modern commentary. My apologies. This I cannot let pass. I say, hi, according to college rumor, you can't be more than 36. I'm 23. I was hoping they wouldn't elaborate. I was hoping they would be like, sorry, I'm going to cut away from the book here for a second. I was hoping they'd be like, you know, I mean, they mentioned it being like bachelor's degree students, but I was hoping this was like future space bachelor degree, so they would be roughly the same age. But I will talk no more on that subject because I have opinions and I don't know that I want to share them with you all. Because, ill or well, those opinions will be out in the world. Anyway, McClare says, in a bemused sort of way, you'll be 37 in a couple of months. I say, I'll be 24 next week, and your arithmetic is still screwy. Here's another datum you got wrong. I do love you. Very much. Golden Liz. And other things which I remember all right, I shall keep them to remember any time I'm tired, sick, cold, hungry, 190, but they're not for writing down. And I suppose at some point we agreed it's my time for me to go, because I find myself outside the cabin, and there is Colonel Delano Smith. He makes a small speech about various matters ending that he hears he has to congratulate me. Huh? Oh, space and time did any one of those unmitigated so-and-sos, my dear classmates, leave McClare's communicator on? The colonel says he heard I did very well in my examinations. Sweet spitting photons, I forgot all about finals. It's just as well my education's become to an honorable end because, well, shades of, well, goodness gracious, and likewise, dear me, I'm going to marry a professor. Better just stick to it that I'm going to marry McClare. It makes more sense that way. But gosh, we're going to have to do some readjusting to a changed environment, the both of us. Oh well, McClare is a professional of cultural engineering, and I just passed my final exams in the same. Surely, if anyone can, we should be able to work out how you live happily ever after. That's a fun little ending line for our lost Kazoofalum there. Like I said, I've expressed the opinion that I was kind of having about this bookmarked area. My immediate first thought was like, oh, okay. He was like, oh, I happen to be in love with you. I'm like, oh, okay. It's kind of like one of those like, oh, I love this person as like a daughter, you know. and it didn't go there, and I was like, no. And then like immediately after that, I was like, oh, maybe it's just kind of like maybe it's less of there's less of an age gap than I think, and there was not less of an age gap than I thought. So those are my opinions. I will not speak any longer on them, so they calcify into the internet. Let's I think we're at about time for a little break. We're gonna take a little breather. So yep, like so. We will take a little break and a little breather. We'll be right back. I suggest you take a little break yourself. It'll be about 15 minutes at the longest. Stretch, get hydrated, take your meds if you've got any. Pet your pets for me and post some pictures of it in my Discord. Please take care of things. Uh, like I said, we'll be back in about 15. My Discord exists. So once again, maybe give that a look. And hey, if you're a podcast listener, the intermission isn't going to be 15 minutes, but you know what you can do while you wait is rate the podcast. Spotify has podcast ratings. Did you know that? I thought it was an iTunes only thing, but nope. Spotify also has podcast ratings. Go maybe jiggle around some settings, give me a rating if you're feeling up to it. We'll be back in a little bit. I appreciate all of you. We'll be back with the short story that I've been teasing all night, Pit and the Pendulum, after the Be Right Back. Have a good Appreciate the lurk, Grimes. You missed much. Oh yeah, that's from earlier. Why is the chat? Oh, oh, this uses the chat from. I jiggled the chat around, didn't I? And I forgot to edit it on the screen. My apologies. Let me make sure the whole world can see everybody here. Real quick, I had changed the way the chat worked for another screen. I'm gonna move it over here so everyone can be a little. Honestly, a different chat window for this screen in particular would not be remiss. Kind of a different chat window based on the old heights of the chat window. But yeah, we've got about 5 minutes left in the BRB here, but I think I may expedite those last 5 minutes. I do appreciate the lurk, Raz. Gariki, thank you for doing the little podcast call out. Oh, good heavens. You'll have to excuse my cough tonight. I'm not coming down with something that's just dusty in here. Promise. Haven't been out of the house enough to come down with something. Said dust is also why Magnus is so sneezy. If you're curious. If you've ever heard Magnus kind of sneeze. It's because it's dusty in here. He gets the dust in his nose. Alright, I'm gonna cut the BRB a little shorter. I know I said 15 minutes. I said about 15 minutes, let's be fair. Let me set up things up here so things don't explode when I try to open this. Okay, we gotta wait around. Sorry, we gotta wait around for the snow to load. Otherwise, it locks up the whole program for 20 minutes. It locks up the whole program for 5 minutes ish because it's still an in progress page. I haven't finished it mechanically under the hood, and so it's not very well optimized. I wanted to have the page. The mechanics of the snow complete before I went in and dumped a bunch of optimization work on non-final code. So it's not exactly very optimized right this second, but it will be optimized when it reaches you, the viewing public, on GitHub. All right, let's cut the thing causing all the background noise, shall we? Oh. My poor back. It's struggling to try and keep me in the chair and nowhere else. But we'll see if it succeeds. Anyway, no more be right back. Be right back over now. Now it's time for book. I never. Yes. Both of the cats, if you're curious, while they were off camera, got up and sat in front of the heater. They both were like, "Worm, thank you." Dang fly. You saw Library swat at that thing, right? He's a lot more accurate than I am, and we both missed. Anyway, I was alluding to... If I can open it, perhaps. Here we are. This one, and then we will page over to if it will open. Come on, you can do it. Not that hard. You're just a little book. Oh, by the way, did you know you can... I don't know if everyone can do this, but I can manually denote someone else being lurking I'll have to check the settings on the bot because I'm pretty sure that should be mod only. I will probably make it mod only, but it's a thing. We've been waiting all night for the pit and the pendulum here. I yeah I don't know. I've just been a very like I want to do something spooky, and immediately Poe is the first thing that jumps to mind. And he's got a very specific cadence to a lot of his shorter stuff. So I'm just like, oh yes, I'm very interested. So the Pit and the Pendulum will be next. We'll give everyone on the internet a few more moments to trickle in. Did any of you do anything fun with your little be right back time? I know I did. I walked into the house and got more water. So very fun. The height of action and entertainment. Didn't you know? Oh, for a second there, I looked at my like little stream manager in my hand here, and I saw a raid, and I was like, "No, did I miss a raid again?" No, no, that was from RNL earlier in the night, which I really appreciate, RNL. Thank you for dropping by. Oh, crunch. Crunchulent. So full of crunches my back is. Speaking of crunch, library is currently crunch munching. Oh, he heard me talking about it. He's like, no, no, I'm done. I'm good. I'm a good boy. I'm not gonna eat too fast. Good. I'm sick of cleaning up puke. I hope you learn to not eat so fast. Because that's his thing. He just munches a little too fast, and then the food expands in his stomach, and he's like, bleh, bleh. Poor kitty. I'm gonna check on Magnus. You okay, baby? Just a little hard. Oh, yeah, I know. You're very nervous about Dad doing this. I know, I know. Yep, yep, yep. The little harness is where it belongs. Yep, we're all good. Well, if anything, Magnus looks a little less raw. So, that's a good sign. It means he's making progress. I just hope and pray he doesn't pick any more spots of himself raw, because if he does, I'm gonna have to put him in a little baby shirt, and he's gonna hate that. Anyway, and now for something completely different. The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. Impia totorum longos hic turba furores sanguinis inoculi non satiata aluit. Sospite nunc patria, fracto nunc funeris anthro, mors ubi dirafuit vita salsque patent. It's a quatrain there composed for the gates of a market to be erected upon the site of the Jacobin Clubhouse at Paris. I was sick unto death with that long agony, and when they at length unbound me, I was permitted to sit. I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence, the dread sentence of death, was the last of distinct attenuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the burr of a mill wheel. This only for a brief period, for presently I heard no more. Yet for a while I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration, I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me white, whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and thin, even to grotesqueness, thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt of human torture. I saw that the decrees of what to me was fate were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw, too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of my apartment. And then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first they wore the aspect of charity, and seemed white and slender angels who would save me. But then, all at once, there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fibre in my frame thrill as if I had touched the wire of a galvanic battery, while the angel forms became meaningless spectres with heads of flame, and I saw that from them there would be no help. And then there stole into my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the figures of the judges vanished, as if magically, from before me. The tall candles sank into nothingness, their flames went out utterly. The blackness of darkness supervened, all sensations appeared swallowed up into a mad rushing silence, and stillness, night, or the universe. Sorry, I easily distracted. Magnus was almost catching a fly several times in a row off the right there. So I was just like, "Oh, are you doing okay?" "Yeah, he's fine." I had swooned, but still will not say that all of my consciousness was lost. What of it there remained I will not attempt to define or even to describe. Yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave all is not lost, else there is no immortality for man. Arousing from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. Yet in a second afterwards, so frail that web has been, we remember not what we've dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon there are two stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual, and secondly, of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if, upon reaching the second stage, we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find these impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at last shall we distinguish its shadows from those of the tomb? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not at will recalled, yet, after long interval, do they not come unbidden, while we marvel whence they come? He who has never swooned is not he who finds strange palaces and wildly familiar faces in coals that glow. It is he who beholds floating in mid-air the sad visions that many may not view. It is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower. It is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never before arrested his attention. Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavors to remember, amid earnest struggles to regain some token of the state of seeming nothingness into which my soul had lapsed, there had been moments where I've dreamed of success. There have been brief, very brief periods where I've conjured up remembrances which the lucid reason of a latter epoch assures me could have been reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell, indistinctly, of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence, down, down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of the interminableness of my descent. They tell also of a vague horror at my heart, on account of that heart's stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun in their descent the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisomeness of their toil. After this I call to mind flatness and dampness, then all is madness, the madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, tumultuous motion of the heart, and in my ears the sound of its beating. Then a pause in which all is blank. Then again sound and motion and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then very suddenly thought and shuddering terror and earnest endeavor to comprehend my true state, and a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. a rushing revival of soul and a successful effort to move. Now a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon, then entire forgetfulness and all that followed, all that later day and much earnestness of endeavor have enabled me vaguely to recall. So far I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back unbound. I reached out my hand, and it fell heavily upon something damp and hard. There I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. I longed, and yet dared not employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts then were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly and made effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time had since elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence, but where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, as I knew, perished usually at the autos de fe, and one of those had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months? This I saw at once could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors, and light was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fibre. I thrust my arms wildly above and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of a tomb. Perspiration burst from my every pore, and stood in cold big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward with my arms extended, and my eyes straining from their sockets, in the hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not, at least, the most hideous of fates. And now, as I still continued to step cautiously onward, there came thronging upon my recollection 1,000 vague rumors of the horrors of Toledo, of the dungeons that there had been strange things narrated, fables I had always deemed them, but strange and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. Was I left to perish of starvation in a subterranean world of darkness, or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? That the result could be death, and a death of no more than customary bitterness, I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. My outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, stepping with all the careful distrust with which certain antique narratives had inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining dimensions of my dungeons, as I might make its circuit and return to the point whence I set out without being aware of the fact, so perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I therefore sought the knife which had been in my pocket when led into the inquisitorial chamber, but it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I had thought of forcing the blade into some minute crevice of the masonry as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, none the less, was but trivial, although in the disorder of my fancy it seemed at first insuperable. I tore a part of the hem from the robe, and placed the fragment at full length and at right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So at least I thought, but I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon, or upon the extent of my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time when I stumbled and fell. My excessive fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay there. Upon awaking, and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was much too exhausted to reflect upon this circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterward, I resumed my tour around the prison, and with much toil came at last upon the fragment of the surge. Up to the period when I had fell, I had counted 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk, I counted 48 more, when I arrived at the rag. There were in all, then, 100 paces, and admitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. I had met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus I could form no guess at the shape of the vault, for vault I could not help supposing it to be. I had little object, certainly no hope, in these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved to cross the area of the enclosure. At first I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage, and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavoring to cross it in as direct a line as possible. I had advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it and fell violently in my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend a somewhat startling circumstance, which, yet, in a few seconds afterward, while I still lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this: my chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and the upper portion of my head, although seemingly at a less elevation than the chin, touched nothing. At the same time, my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapor, and the peculiar smell of decayed fungus arose to my nostrils. I put forward my arm, and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment, and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed against the sides of the chasm in its descent, and at length there was a sullen plunge into water, succeeded by a loud echo. At the same moment there came a sound resembling the quick opening and as rapid closing of a door overhead, while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom and suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the doom which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident by which I had escaped it. Another step before my fall, excuse me, another step before my fall, and the world had seen me no more. And the death just avoided was that of very character which I had described as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of its tyranny, there was the choice of death with its direst physical agonies, or death with its most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering, my nerves had been unstrung, till I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become, in every aspect, a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish rather than to risk the terrors of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many in various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of mind, I might have had courage to end my misery at once by a plunge into one of these abysses. But now I was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I had read of those pits. The sudden extinction of life formed no part of their horrible plan. Agitation of spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon arousing myself, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher of water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. I must have been drugged, for scarcely had I had a drink before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not, but when, once again, I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible. By a wild, sulphurous luster, the origin of which I couldn't at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of my prison. In its size I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of its walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble. Vain indeed! What could be of less importance under the terrible circumstances which environed me than the mere dimensions of my dungeon? But my soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavors to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces up to the period when I fell. There must have been a pace or two, or up to the period when I fell. I must have then been within a pace or two of the fragment of surge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and upon awakening must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit nearly double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with the wall to the left and ended it with the wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way I had found many angles, and thus deduced an area of great irregularity, but so potent is the effect of total darkness upon one arousing from lethargy or sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry now seemed to be iron or some other metal in huge plates whose sutures or joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of the metallic enclosure was rudely daubed, and all the hideous and repulsive devices to which the charnel superstition of the monks has given rise. The figures of fiends and aspects of menace, with skeletal forms and other more fearful images, overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed that the outlines of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but that the colors seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor, too, was of stone. In the center yawned the circular pit from whose jaws I had escaped, but it was the only one in the dungeon. All this I saw indistinctly and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back, and at full length on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a circingle. It passed in many revolutions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm to an extent that I could, by dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by my side on the floor. I saw to my horror that the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with intolerable thirst. The thirst it appeared to be the design of my persecutors to simulate. The food in the dish was meat, pungently seasoned. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead, and constructed much as the side walls. In one of its panels, a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time as he is commonly represented, save that, in lieu of a scythe, he held, what at a casual glance I supposed to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum, such as we see on an antique clock. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward, the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief, and of course, slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and looking to the floor, I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well, which lay just within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops hurriedly, with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. From this it required much effort and attention to scare them away.
It might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, for I could take but imperfect note of time, before I could again cast my eyes upward. What I saw then confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, the velocity was also much greater, but what mainly disturbed me was the idea that it had perceptibly descended. I now observed, with what horror it is to needlessly say, that neither extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, or that its nether extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn, the horns upward, and the under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor, also, it seemed massy and heavy, tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity and torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents, the pit whose horrors had been destined for so bold a recusant as myself, the pit typical of hell and regarded by rumor as the ultima thule of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents. I knew that surprise or entrapment into torment formed an important portion of all the grotesquerie of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus, there being no alternative, a different and milder destruction awaited me. Mild. I half smiled in my agony as I thought of such application of a term. What boots it to tell of the long, long hours of horror, more than mortal, during which I counted the rushing vibrations of the steel, inch by inch, line by line, with a descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages. Down, still down it came. Days passed. It might have been that many. That it might have been that many days passed ere it swept so closely over me as if to fan me with its acrid breath. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. I prayed, I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad and struggled to force myself upward against the sweep of the fearful scimitar. Then I fell suddenly calm and lay smiling at the glittering death, as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for upon again lapsing into life, there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum, but it might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon, and who could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery, too, I felt very inexpressibly sick and weak, as though long, as if through long inanition. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bonds permitted, and took possession of the small remnant which had been spared me by the rats. As I put a portion of it within my lips, there rushed in my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. Yet what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but felt also that it had perished in its formation. In vain I struggled to perfect, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. I saw that the crescent was designed to cross the region of the heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would return, repeat its operations again and again. Notwithstanding terrifically wide sweep, with some 30 feet or more, and the blessing vigor of its descent, sufficient to sunder these very walls of iron, still the fraying of my robe would be all that for several minutes it could accomplish. And at this thought I paused. I dared not go farther than this reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if in so dwelling I could arrest here the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar, thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon all this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily down it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity. To the right, to the left, far and wide, with the shriek of a damned spirit, to my heart with the stealthy pace of a tiger. I alternately laughed and howled as one or the other idea grew predominant. Down, certainly relentlessly down. It vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently, furiously, to free my left arm. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the ladder from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no farther. Could I have broken the fastenings above the elbow, I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down. I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at its every sweep. My eyes followed its outward or upward whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeaning despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent, though death would have been a relief. Oh, how unspeakable! Still, I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death condemned, even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe, and with this observation there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours, or perhaps even days, I thought. It now occurred to me that the bandage, or surcingle, which enveloped me, was unique. I was tied by no separate cord. The first strike of the razor-like crescent athwart any portion of the band would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by means of my left hand. But how fearful, in that case, the proximity of the steel, the result of the slightest struggle, was deadly. Was it likely, moreover, that the minions of the torturer had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it possible that the bandage crossed my bosom in the track of the pendulum? Dreading to find my faint, as it seemed, my last hope, frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. The surcingle enveloped my limbs and body close in all directions, save in the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely had I dropped my head back into its original position when there flashed upon my mind what I cannot better describe than as the uniformed half of the idea of deliverance to which I have previously alluded, and to which a moiety only floated indeterminately through my brain when I raised food to my burning lips. The whole thought was now present. Feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once, with the nervous energy of despair, to attempt its execution. For many hours the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, and ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me as if they waited but for motionlessness on my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in the well? They had devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into a habitual seesaw or wave of the hand about the platter, and at length the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect. In their voracity the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers. With the particles of the oily and spicy viand which now remained, I thoroughly rubbed the bandage wherever I could reach it. Then, raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathlessly still. At first, the ravenous animals were startled, terrified even at the change.
At the cessation of movement, they shrank alarmedly back. Many sought the well, but this was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon their voracity. Observing that I remained without motion, one or two of the boldest leaped upon the framework and smelt at the surcingle. This seemed the signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood, overran it, and leapt in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all. Avoiding its strokes, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed, they swarmed upon me in ever-accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat, their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, for which the world has no name, swelled my bosom and chilled with a heavy clamminess my heart. Yet 1 minute, and I felt that the struggle would be over. Plainly, I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it must already be severed. With more than a human resolution, I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free. The surcingle hung in ribands from my body, but the stroke of the pendulum already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge of the robe, it had cut through the linen beneath. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through my every nerve. But the moment of escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away. With a steady movement, cautious, sidelong, shrinking, and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For the moment, at least, I was free. Free. And in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison when the motion of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld it drawn up by some invisible force through the ceiling. This was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. My every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free, I had but escaped death in one form of agony, to be delivered unto worse than death in some other. With that thought, I rolled my eyes nervously around on the barriers of iron which hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which at first I could not appreciate distinctly, it was obvious, had taken place in the apartment. For many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction, I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjecture. During this period, I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illumined the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about a half an inch in length, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which thus appeared, and were completely separated from the floor. I endeavored, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I arose from the attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I observed that, although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distinct, their colors seemed blurred and indefinite. These colors had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming, a startling and most intense brilliancy that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures an aspect that might have thrilled even firmer nerves than my own. Demon eyes of a wild and ghastly vivacity glared upon me in 1,000 directions where none had been visible before, and gleamed with the lurid luster of a fire that I could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Even while I breathed there came to my nostrils the breath of the vapor of heated iron. A suffocating odor pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictured horrors of blood. I panted, I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors. Oh, most unrelenting, most demoniac of men. I shrank from the glowing metal to the center of the cell, and the thought of the fiery destruction that impended, the idea of the coolness of the well, came over my soul like a balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare from the enkindled roof illumined its inmost recesses, and yet for a wild moment did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it wrestled its way into my soul, burned itself into my shuddering reason. Voice to speak. Oh, horror. Oh, any horror but this. With a shriek, I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering as with a fit of the ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obviously in the form. As before, it was in vain that I at first endeavored to appreciate or understand what was taking place, but not long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the King of Terrors. The room had been square. I saw that 2 of its iron angles were now acute. 2, consequently, were obtuse. The fearful difference quickly increased, with a low rumbling or moaning sound. In an instant the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lozenge, but the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said, any death but that of the pit. Fool! Might I not have known that into the pit was the object of the burning iron to urge me? Could I resist its glow? Or even that, could I withstand its pressure? And now flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, with a rapidity that left me no time for contemplation. Its center, and of course its greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back. The closing walls pressed me resistlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold on the firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one loud, long, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes, and there was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast as of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell, fainting, into the abyss. It was that of General Lassalle. The French army had entered Toledo, and the Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. That, my dear friends, was the pit and the pendulum. We always remember the pendulum, but we never remember the pit, do we? At least that's my case. Alright. I should call it a night here. We're just barely over time. So, what do I need to say? We've already called out the Discord. We've already called out Codex. We've already called out this is a podcast. But I will reiterate again, this is a podcast and it gets uploaded to YouTube. If you liked what you heard tonight, please go give it a look. There is 90 episodes more on the podcast, as I recall. It's kind of separated into 2 seasons, but the seasons are more of a behind-the-scenes thing. Basically, just look for a title of a book that you find interesting, I think, is the best way to listen to Paper Cuts, personally. As I've said, I have a Discord that you can come join, maybe suggest books for Paper Cuts, maybe talk about other things I've been doing. I've been trying to post more of my various baking endeavors in there. Once again, I must urge the podcast listeners to leave me a rating. Like I said, Spotify and iTunes have ratings for sure. Maybe your various podcatchers may have one as well. Definitely feel free to reach out and let me know if that's the case. I have an email, by the way, glaciernestor@gmail.com if you want to shoot me an email for some reason. I think that's all my things I need to plug here. We will be back. Excuse me. We will be back on Monday for a game. I haven't decided quite which game yet. I might play more Coin Game, which is an arcade simulator. I might play some more Splatoon. I might pick up another... No, library, do not eat that. No, not that. I might pick up another solo tabletop RPG. Either way, it's going to be something other than Paper Cuts on Monday, and then Paper Cuts is Friday evenings. So I appreciate all of you sticking around and listening. This has been Paper Cuts, and I hope it didn't